It's quiet now, and the night is still. This Scary Stories channel brings you ghosts and haunted places designed for calm and relaxation. If you enjoy the stories, like the video, subscribe and tell us where you're tuning in from. Relax. Story 1. The first time I noticed the lag, I dismissed it as a trick of the light. My apartment is an old one, a pre-war cavern with floors that sigh and windows that rattle out a mournful off-key tune when the wind blows in from the river. The mirror in my bathroom is as old as the building itself, a heavy, beveled-edge rectangle with a fine, spidery tracery of desilvering around the edges like a slow, creeping frost. I've always been fond of its imperfections. It gives my reflection a kind of melancholic antique quality, a tintype ghost of my own tired 30-something face. My name is Leo. I'm a professional translator, a man who spends his days in the quiet, meticulous, and sometimes maddeningly precise world of semantics. I work from home, a life of monastic, self-imposed solitude. The mirror is often my only real point of face-to-face contact for days on end. The lag. It was a Tuesday morning. I was brushing my teeth, my movements a familiar, half-conscious ballet of foam and bristles. I moved the brush from the left side of my mouth to the right. And my reflection? It was late. By a fraction of a second, a delay so infinitesimal that if I hadn't been staring directly at it, I would have missed it entirely. My hand was already on the right side of my mouth, but in the mirror it was still on the left. Then, like a lagging video call trying to catch up, the reflection's arm snapped into place, perfectly mimicking my own. I spat into the sink, my heart giving a sudden, curious thump. I leaned closer to the glass, my breath fogging a small oval patch. I raised my right hand. The reflection raised its right hand. I wiggled my fingers. It wiggled its fingers. It was perfect, a perfect, synchronous, and utterly reliable law of physics. I shook my head, a small self-deprecating laugh escaping my lips. I was tired. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I had been translating a particularly dense and deeply tedious German philosophical text for 12 hours straight. My brain was clearly misfiring. But the next morning, it happened again. This time, I was combing my hair. I lifted the comb to my head, and the reflection was a beat behind. A tiny, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present delay. It was like watching a movie where the sound was a few frames out of sync with the picture. The dissonance was subtle, but deeply, profoundly unnerving. My rational mind, the part of me that translates legal documents and abhors ambiguity, immediately began to construct a list of logical explanations. It was a neurological issue, a mild, undiagnosed form of visual processing disorder, a side effect of my chronic, low-level caffeine addiction. I made an appointment with an optometrist. I cut back on coffee, but the lag continued, and it began to get worse. The fraction of a second became a full second, then 2. I would turn my head, and my reflection would hold its position for a long, pregnant, and deeply unsettling moment, before it, too, would turn, its movement a little too smooth, a little too fluid, as if to make up for its tardiness. My morning routine became a ritual of slow-motion, paranoid dread. I would stand before the mirror, my heart pounding, performing a series of simple, deliberate movements, a terrified conductor trying to lead an orchestra that was perpetually and deliberately out of time. I began to notice other changes. The reflection was no longer just late. It was different. The dark, tired circles under my eyes, a permanent fixture of my own face, were fainter on the reflection. The small, worried frown line between my eyebrows was absent. The reflection looked better, more rested, more confident. It was me, but it was a version of me that had been getting a full, uninterrupted 8 hours of sleep. I stopped using the bathroom mirror. I started shaving in the kitchen sink, using the small, cheap plastic travel mirror that I propped up on the counter, but I couldn't avoid all reflective surfaces. The darkened screen of my computer monitor, the window of a passing bus, the polished chrome of the elevator doors in my building, in every surface, in every fleeting, distorted glimpse of myself, I could see it. The lag, the subtle and growing dissonance between my own real-time movements and the delayed and slightly improved version of me that was looking back. I had to understand. I was a man who believed in research, in evidence. I set up a camera. I mounted my high-speed digital camera on a tripod in the bathroom, aimed directly at the mirror. I stood before it, and I performed my strange, new, and terrifying daily ballet. I raised my arms. I turned my head. I smiled, a pained, forced, and deeply unnatural grimace. I loaded the footage onto my computer and slowed it down, frame by agonizing frame. The evidence was undeniable. It was not a trick of my own fallible and increasingly terrified perception. It was real. Frame 1. My arm begins to rise. The reflection remains still. Frame 2. My arm is halfway up. The reflection's arm begins its ascent. The lag was consistently and quantifiably 24 frames. A single, solid, and scientifically proven second of impossible, reality-bending delay. And then I saw something else. Something that made the blood in my veins turn to a slush of pure icy terror. As I was lowering my arm for a single, solitary frame, just before the reflection began its own delayed descent, it smiled. My own face in the foreground of the shot was a mask of tense, worried concentration. But the face in the mirror, for 1/24th of a second, was wearing a slow, easy, and deeply, deeply malevolent grin. My apartment, my quiet, solitary, and safe little world was no longer my own. It was a shared space. I was living with a roommate who lived on the other side of the glass, a roommate who was becoming more and more confident, more and more independent with every passing day. My research became an obsession. I dove into the dark, strange, and esoteric corners of physics and philosophy. I read about quantum entanglement, about parallel universes, about the holographic principle. I was a man drowning in a sea of theories, looking for a single, solid piece of driftwood to cling to. I found a strange and deeply unsettling paper by an obscure and largely discredited physicist from the 1970s named Dr. Eris Thorne. He had postulated a theory he called psychic inertia. He believed that a strong, focused consciousness could, over time, leave a kind of energetic residue on its immediate and most frequently observed environment. He believed that mirrors, especially old mercury-backed ones, were particularly susceptible to this phenomenon. He theorized that a mirror in a person's home over the course of decades did not just reflect a person's image, it absorbed a faint, echoic, and cumulative impression of their identity. He believed that, under certain rare and deeply traumatic circumstances, this stored psychic energy could cohere. It could gain a kind of momentum, a kind of life of its own. The reflection is not a ghost, he wrote. It is a habit. It is the accumulated and deeply ingrained memory of the person it has been reflecting for a lifetime. And if the original should undergo a sudden and profound psychological or emotional shift, a deep grief, a debilitating depression, the reflection, the habit, may be stronger than the original. It may, in a very real sense, refuse to change. It may choose to continue being the person it has always been, the person it remembers rather than the broken, altered version of the person it is now seeing. The words on the page were a cold, hard, and perfectly fitting key to the lock of my own private madness. My life had been one of deep and profound and deeply ingrained routine. And then 6 months ago, my mother had died. It had not been a sudden, tragic death, but a slow, cruel, and deeply undignified wasting away from a cancer that had consumed her, and in the process had consumed my own quiet and carefully ordered life. I had been her primary caregiver for the last terrible year, and her death had not been a release. It had been an amputation. The grief had hollowed me out, had replaced the quiet, thoughtful, and sometimes even happy man I had once been with this new, gray, and perpetually tired ghost. My reflection had not changed with me. It was still him, the old Leo, the better Leo, and it was, it seemed, fighting to reassert itself. The lag was no longer just a delay. It was a period of silent and deeply unsettling rebellion. I would walk away from the mirror, and my reflection would stay for a full 10 seconds, its head tilted, its expression a mixture of pity and contempt, before it would turn and walk, not out of frame, but deeper into the strange, silvered, and two-dimensional world of its own. The physical phenomena began. The temperature in the bathroom dropped. A cold, palpable, and deeply unnatural chill seemed to emanate from the glass itself. I would hear a soft, whispering sound at night, a sound that was not quite my own voice, but a clearer, more confident, and more articulate version of it. It would be speaking in French or in German, the languages I translated, but it would be speaking them with a fluency, a poetry, that I, in my own waking and deeply insecure life, had never been able to achieve. He was not just a reflection anymore. He was a presence, and he was growing stronger, more defined, while I, in the real world, felt like I was fading, becoming more and more like a faint and poorly rendered copy of him. I knew I had to get rid of it. The mirror. I had to smash it. I had to break the connection. But I was afraid. My own superstitious and deeply irrational mind was filled with the old childish fears. 7 years of bad luck. But it was more than that. I was afraid that if I broke the mirror, I would not be destroying him, but releasing him, or that I would be destroying the last, remaining, and better part of myself. The night he finally spoke to me, the voice was not in the room. It was in my head, a clear, calm, and deeply rational thought that was not my own. I was standing before the mirror, the nightly morbid ritual now an ingrained and deeply masochistic habit. He was there, his image clear and steady, the lag now a full and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and terrifyingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, I'm sorry, the words, they are difficult. He was there. The lag was a full 30 seconds, a half a minute of my own personal and deeply real time that he now possessed. He was looking at me, his expression calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, it doesn't have to be this way, Leo. The thought whispered in the quiet, empty, and suddenly crowded space of my own mind. You are so tired. You are so sad. Let me help you. Who are you? I whispered, my voice a dry, rattling, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and I am you, the thought replied. The you that you were meant to be. The you that existed before the world broke you. I am the blueprint. You are the flawed and fading copy. But we can be whole again. We can merge. I can fix you. He raised his hand and pressed it to the surface of the glass. And I felt a cold, tingling sensation on my own chest, as if his fingers were reaching through the glass, through the air, and into my very soul. I stumbled back, a raw, ragged, and deeply, and profoundly, and unsettlingly, and strangely, and beautifully, and tragically, and comically, and I stumbled back. The connection broke. The feeling was gone. He was not trying to help me. He was trying to replace me. He was a psychic vampire, a ghost of my own, former self, and he was trying to reclaim his old life, his old body. I knew then that I had to fight. I had to do what I should have done weeks ago. I went to the garage. I found a hammer, a heavy steel, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a hammer. I walked back to the bathroom. He was there in the mirror waiting for me, and he was smiling. He knew what I was about to do, and he was not afraid. You can't destroy me without destroying yourself, he thought, his voice a calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a confident voice. I am your past. I am your strength. I am all the good and strong and unbroken parts of you. You are nothing without me. I looked at him, at the better me, the me who had not spent a year watching his mother die, the me who had not inherited her deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and her sadness. And I understood. He was right. He was all the parts of me that had not been touched by the grief, by the pain, by the messy and beautiful and heartbreaking and real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and the real parts of life. He was not the better me. He was the lesser me. He was the me that had never truly lived. You are not my strength, I said, my own voice, for the first time in a year, clear and steady and strong. You are my anchor. You are the ghost of a man I am no longer, and I am letting you go. I raised the hammer. He did not flinch. He just smiled, a sad and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a pitying smile. And I did not bring the hammer down on the mirror. I turned, and I brought the hammer down with all the strength and all the grief and all the pain and all the rage and all the love I possessed on my own, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I smashed the sink. The porcelain exploded in a shower of white, sharp, and beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly real fragments. The reflection watched, his smile faltering, a flicker of confusion in his perfect, rested, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and his eyes. I was not playing his game. I was not trying to destroy him. I was destroying his world, the perfect, pristine and untouched bathroom he inhabited. I brought the hammer down on the tiled floor, the tiles cracking and splintering. I smashed the light fixture. I shattered the medicine cabinet. I was a whirlwind of creative and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a destructive force. I was a man not just accepting his own broken and messy reality, but embracing it. I was making my world as broken and as real and as beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, imperfect as I was. He screamed a silent and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a psychic scream of pure, unadulterated and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and rage. His world, his perfect and pristine and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and his world was now a reflection of my own, chaotic and beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a mess. The lag began to disappear. The dissonance was gone. Our worlds were once again in sync, a perfect and shattered and beautifully and wonderfully and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they were the same. He was no longer stronger. We were equals, two broken men in two broken rooms. And then I did the final and most difficult thing. I looked at him, at my own, sad and tired and broken and beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I looked at myself and I forgave him. I forgave myself. I forgave myself for the grief. I forgave myself for the sadness. I forgave myself for not being the perfect and strong and unbroken man that he was. And in that act of forgiveness, he faded. He was not destroyed. He was reabsorbed. The echo was reconciled with the source. The habit was broken. The two separate and warring parts of me were once again whole. The mirror was just a mirror again. My reflection was just my reflection. The lag was gone. I live in a broken bathroom now. I have not fixed it. It is a monument, not to my grief, but to my victory. It is a reminder that the most beautiful things in the world are not the perfect and pristine and untouched ones. They are the ones that have been broken and have been put back together. They are the ones that have the scars to prove that they have survived. They are the ones that are finally and blessedly real. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The hospital wing that was sealed off still turns on its lights at night. I never meant to take the night shift at St. Marlowe Memorial. It wasn't even my hospital. I'd only been in the city 3 weeks, just long enough for my resume to collect digital dust and my savings to dip below alarming into desperate. When the call came, "We need a temp RN for overnight psych observation, 12-hour shifts, starts tonight." I said yes before they finished the sentence. The pay was barely above minimum wage, but the contract promised possible full-time conversion after 30 shifts. A lifeline. I grabbed it. No one told me about West Wing. They couldn't, really. It wasn't on the floor plans. Not the digital ones in the staff portal, not the laminated schematics taped beside the elevators. When I asked about the blocked corridor on the third floor, where the hallway just ended at a concrete wall with a rusted service door embedded in it, the charge nurse, a tired woman named Deborah with nicotine-stained fingers and permanent shadows under her eyes, just shook her head. "That's West," she said, lighting a cigarette in the staff break room, even though it was strictly prohibited. "Don't go down there. Don't even look too long." "Was it condemned?" I asked, sipping terrible vending machine coffee. She exhaled smoke toward the ceiling tiles. "Sealed in 87 after the incident." "The incident?" She gave me a look, flat, weary, final. "Ask anyone else. See how far you get." No one else would talk about it. Not the day shift nurses, not the orderlies, not even the ancient janitor who wheeled his cart like a silent ghost through the halls at 2 a.m. The only thing they all agreed on, West Wing is closed, stay out, and for God's sake, don't stare at the windows after dark. Because the windows were still there. 3 tall, narrow panes set high in the concrete wall at the end of the east corridor, 3rd floor, psych observation unit. Dirty, cracked, layered with decades of grime, and what looked like old peeling lead paint smeared unevenly across the glass like someone had tried and failed to blindfold the building. But you could still see through if you stood close. I did. Once, on my second night. The ward was quiet. Only 2 patients, both sedated, both sleeping soundly behind reinforced glass doors. The fluorescent lights hummed. The monitors beeped. The air smelled of antiseptic, stale coffee, and something faintly sweet, like overripe fruit left in a damp drawer. I stood at the end of the hall, pretending to check the supply closet, and looked up. At first, nothing. Then, movement. A flicker behind the center window, not a shadow. A light. Not the cool institutional white of the hospital fluorescence. Warm, yellow, like an old incandescent bulb. It pulsed once, soft, steady, then held. I stepped closer, pressed my forehead against the cool glass. Inside, darkness, thick, absolute. Then a second light to the left, then a third to the right. 3 lights, evenly spaced, like bulbs in a hallway. Then flicker, flicker, flicker. All 3 in sequence, like someone walking down a corridor, flipping switches as they went. My breath fogged the glass. I raised my hand, about to knock. "Don't," a voice whispered in my head. Deborah's, maybe, or my own. I lowered my hand, stepped back. The lights stayed on for 47 minutes. I timed it. At 3:12 a.m., they went out, all at once, like someone had thrown a master switch. I didn't tell anyone, not that night, not the next. But I watched. Every night, the lights always came on at 2:25 a.m., always 3 of them, always in the same order, always for 47 minutes, until the 7th night. That night, the lights came on at 2:25, but at 2:58, something changed. The center light dimmed, not off, just lower. Then tap. A sound, faint, muffled by glass and concrete, but unmistakable, like a fingernail, on the inside of the window. I froze. The light dimmed further. Then a shape, not a shadow, a silhouette, tall, thin, standing directly behind the glass. It didn't move, just stood, facing me. I couldn't see features, just the outline, the slope of shoulders, the tilt of a head. Then the light brightened again. The silhouette vanished. The light stayed on until 3:12. I didn't sleep. The next afternoon, I went to the city archives. St. Marlowe Memorial had opened in 1929. West Wing, Originally, the Neurological and Restorative Therapy Pavilion was added in 1953, state-of-the-art for its time. Hydrotherapy pools, electroconvulsive treatment suites, and later, a dedicated wing for behavioral reconditioning. I found the records, not the official ones. Those ended in 1986. But microfiche of the Easton County Tribune, October 14, 1987. Tos Marlowe shuts West Wing after unexplained incident. Hospital administrators confirmed today that West Wing, home to the controversial Behavioral Adjustment Program, has been permanently sealed following an event late Tuesday night that left 3 staff members hospitalized and 1 patient unaccounted for. Officials declined to provide details, citing patient confidentiality and an ongoing internal review. Witnesses reported power surges, erratic lighting, and unusual vocalizations prior to the lockdown. The missing patient, identified only as Subject 7, was reportedly undergoing long-term isolation therapy for persistent ideation of self-dissolution. Self-dissolution? I looked it up. Not a clinical term, just a phrase. Used once, in a declassified grant proposal from 1979, buried in a footnote. Exploring the perceptual thresholds of identity erosion through sustained sensory modulation and recursive auditory reinforcement. Hypothesis. Prolonged isolation combined with mirrored self-dialogue may induce temporary ontological collapse, i.e., the subject ceases to perceive themselves as a continuous entity. The subject ceases to perceive themselves as a continuous entity. I read that sentence 6 times. That night, I brought my phone, set it to record video, stood at the window at 2:24, at 2:25, lights, center, left, right. 2:58, the center dimmed. I raised my phone. The silhouette appeared, closer this time, the head tilted, then the glass fogged. Not from my breath, from the inside. A patch of condensation formed roughly where a mouth would be. It lingered for 3 seconds, then words not spoken, drawn. A finger, unseen, traced 3 letters in the fog. Is I? The fog dissipated, the light brightened, the silhouette stepped back, then movement, not walking, gliding, across the window, from center to left, then to right, then back, to center, over and over, a figure 8, endless, hypnotic. I didn't blink. At 3:11 the lights began to fade, but this time, slowly, like a slow dimmer switch, and as they dimmed, the silhouette didn't vanish. It changed. The shoulders broadened, the head lowered, the posture shifted from upright to hunched. Then the arms lifted, not to the sides, straight out, parallel, like someone holding a tray or a body. The light faded to near darkness, but in that final ember glow, I saw it, the face, not featureless, not blurred, clear, pale, gaunt, hollow-cheeked, eyes wide, too wide, irises dilated into black pools, and the mouth, not open, not closed, stitched, black thread, crude, uneven, 3 thick sutures holding the lip shut. The light went out. I lowered my phone. My hands were shaking. The video played back fine, but the last 17 seconds, the silhouette, the fog, the word, the face, were blank, just static, like the camera had refused to see it. I should have quit. I should have walked out. But I didn't, because that night, as I passed the sealed door at the end of the hall, the rusted one embedded in concrete, I heard it. A sound, not from the windows. From behind the door, a low rhythmic thump, like a heartbeat, or a fist, gently, insistently. Thump, thump, thump. I stopped, put my ear to the cold metal. It wasn't metal, not all the way. The center of the door, the part that should have been solid steel, was wood, old, warped, covered in layers of peeling paint, and beneath my ear, thump, closer, louder, then a whisper, so faint I thought it was the ventilation, but it wasn't. It was a voice, my voice, saying, "Let me out, I'm still in here." I jerked back, stumbled, ran to the nurse's station. Deborah was on break. I grabbed the keys. Janitorial override kept in the bottom drawer for fire drills. I didn't think. I just moved back to the door. The key fit. It turned. Not easily rusted, gritty, but it turned. The door didn't open inward. It opened out. I pulled. It groaned. Dry hinges, decades of disuse. A puff of air hit my face, cold, dry, smelling of ozone, mildew, and something sharp, like burnt hair. Beyond the door, darkness, not the absence of light, the presence of it, thick, velvety, swallowing the beam of my penlight whole after 3 feet. I stepped in. The door swung shut behind me. I didn't hear it latch, but I knew it had. The floor was tile, same as the rest of the hospital, but cracked, uneven. My light found a sign on the wall. Wing 7, Behavioral Adjustment Unit. Authorized personnel only, silence protocol in effect. The corridor stretched ahead, narrower than modern standards, walls lined with padded panels now torn, stuffing leaking like gray entrails, doors on both sides, all closed, all labeled. 7-1. 7-3, at the far end, a large double door. Observation chamber. 7. The lights overhead were dark, but as I walked they began to flicker, one by one, behind me. Click. A bulb flared to life, yellow, weak. Click. Another. I turned. The corridor behind me was lit, but the light didn't reach me. It stopped 3 feet back, like a tide. I kept walking. The doors whispered as I passed, not voices. Breathing, soft, wet, synchronized. I reached 7-07. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, dark. I pushed it open. A room, small, bare mattress on a metal frame, a stainless steel sink, a mirror on the wall, not glass, polished steel. And in the mirror, me, but not. My reflection was delayed. I raised my hand. It raised its hand. Half a second later, I turned my head left. It turned right. Then it smiled. I didn't. I backed out, slammed the door, ran. But the corridor had changed. Longer. The lights ahead now, flickering on as I approached. Click, click, click. I reached the double doors. Observation. Chamber. 7. They were unlocked. I pushed. Inside, no bed, no equipment, just a single chair in the center, facing a one-way mirror. And in the chair, a figure wearing scrubs. My scrubs. Back to me. Head bowed. I stepped forward. "Hello?" I said. The figure didn't move. I circled, stopped, froze. It wasn't someone in my scrubs. It was me. Same face, same hair, same exhaustion in the eyes, but its mouth stitched shut. 3 black sutures. It lifted its head, looked at me. Then it raised a hand, pointed to the mirror. I turned. In the glass, nothing, just the empty room. Then words formed on the surface. Not fog, not writing, appearing, like they'd always been there, waiting to be seen. "You were never outside." I spun back. The chair was empty, but the door now closed and the lights going out, one by one from the far end. Click. Darkness. Click. Closer. I ran to the door, pulled, locked. I pounded. "Let me out." Silence. Then the lights behind me went out. Total dark. I fumbled for my phone. No signal. Flashlight on. The beam shook, swept the room. The chair was back, occupied. Me, stitched mouth, eyes open, staring, not at me, at the mirror. And in the mirror, now, I was in the chair, stitched, still, watching. The phone died, darkness, then a sound from the vent above, a whisper, my voice. You're not the first, you won't be the last. I don't know how long I sat there, hours, days. Time didn't move in West Wing. It pooled, stagnated. When the lights finally came back on, at 2:25 a.m., of course, the door was open. I walked out, back down the corridor. The doors were all shut. The sign, gone. I reached the rusted door, pushed. It opened to the east hallway. Deborah stood there, staring, not at me, at my mouth. Jesus, she whispered. I touched my lips, ran to the bathroom, looked in the mirror. Nothing, no stitches, just me, tired, pale, shaken. I went home, slept 12 hours, woke up, checked my mouth. Still fine. I went back that night. The lights came on at 2:25. I didn't watch. I sat at the nurse's station, charted, ignored the thump from behind the door, ignored the whisper at 3:11. You're already in here. Ignored the way the overhead lights in the east wing flickered when I walked past the sealed door. Ignored the way patients, sedated, nonverbal, would turn their heads as I passed, eyes wide, tracking something behind me. Ignored the way my reflection in the med cart's stainless surface sometimes. Blinked a second too late. Tonight is my 30th shift. The conversion paperwork sits in my inbox. Congratulations, your position has been made permanent. I signed it because I have to, because last night when I looked in the mirror after brushing my teeth, my reflection didn't move when I did. It stayed, smiling, and when I finally turned back, it was gone. But on the fogged glass, 3 words remained. I'm still in here. The lights in West Wing just came on. 2:25. I'm walking down the hall, not to watch, to enter. The door is unlocked. It always is, for me. I step inside. The lights behind me go out. The door closes. I don't turn around. I walk to observation chamber 7. The double doors open on their own. The chair is waiting. I sit. The stitching doesn't hurt. It never does. It just holds. Holds the words in. Holds the truth in. Holds me in. Because I was never outside. I was always subject 7. And the lights, they don't turn on at night. They turn on when I wake up, and tonight I'm awake. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The theater audience applauds even when no show is playing. I never wanted to be an usher. I wanted to be on stage. Center spotlight, heart hammering, voice ringing off the proscenium arch, the kind of performance that leaves people breathless and trembling in their seats. But rent is rent, and the Marlowe Grand doesn't hire actors for unpaid internships unless they come with trust funds and headshots shot by someone whose name ends in Steen. So when the ad popped up, usher needed. Immediate start. Evening shifts, $18 tips and comp tickets. I swallowed my pride, ironed my only blazer, and showed up 15 minutes early. The Marlowe Grand wasn't just old, it was architectural theater. Built in 1913, a Beaux-Arts jewel tucked between a vape shop and a shuttered pawn shop in the city's fading theater district. Its facade was all gilded cornices, cracked marble columns, and a marquee whose bulbs flickered like a dying star field. The letters were missing, ma papa Chloe, and day. But everyone still called it by its full name, like whispering a prayer. Inside, time had pooled and thickened. The lobby smelled of beeswax, faded velvet, and something deeper, damp plaster maybe, or old wood rot masked by decades of industrial lemon-scented cleaner. A chandelier the size of a small car hung from the domed ceiling, its crystals clouded with dust, catching the light in fractured yellow glimmers. Red carpet, once plush, now threadbare and pathways worn by a century of footsteps. My trainer was a man named Silas. 70s maybe, thin as a stage curtain rod with silver hair combed straight back and eyes that never quite focused on yours, like he was listening to something just beyond the edge of hearing. He wore a faded navy blazer with brass button-stamped MG and carried a brass flashlight like it was a scepter. "Rules are simple," he said, voice low, gravelly, as we stood in the empty auditorium before opening. "Seat patrons, no flash photography, no talking during acts, and never go backstage unless called." I nodded. "What about intermission duties?" He didn't answer right away. He was staring at the stage. It was bare, just dark wood, a single ghost light, a bare bulb on a stand, glowing faintly center stage. "Intermission," he murmured, "is when the house breathes." He led me through the aisles. The Marlowe seated 842. Every seat, crimson velvet, brass plaques on the arms, was numbered. Balcony, mezzanine, orchestra. Not a single one replaced since the Nixon administration. Some springs groaned when you pressed on them. Others held firm, stubborn as tombstones. "The acoustics," Silas said, stopping midway down Orchestra Row G, "are particular." He tapped the back of a seat. A soft thunk. Then echoes, not just one, 3. Faint, layered, like whispers overlapping. I frowned. "That's weird." He gave me a look, not disapproving, almost pitying. "Wait until Act 2. My first real shift was a Tuesday, a touring production of The Glass Menagerie. Small crowd, maybe 60 people, scattered like dropped pins across the vast auditorium. I took tickets, handed out programs, guided latecomers to their seats in the dark with my flashlight beam low and steady. The show began. I stood at the back, near the sound booth, as instructed. At intermission, I walked the aisles, picking up discarded programs, checking for forgotten coats. That's when I heard it, not from the lobby, not from the bar, from the audience. A sound, faint at first, like distant rain, then building, clap. A single sharp hand clap from the balcony. I looked up, empty seats. Clap, clap, clap. Left mezzanine. Clap, clap, clap. Center orchestra, not random, not scattered, synchronized. A slow, deliberate applause, rising, filling the space. I froze. The lobby was quiet. The bar staff were wiping counters. The actors were probably backstage, gulping water, checking phones. No one was on stage. The curtain was closed. But the applause grew, not enthusiastic, not joyful. Insistent, like a demand, like a summons. I turned to Silas, who stood beside me, arms crossed, eyes closed. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He didn't open his eyes. "They're early tonight." "Who is?" He finally looked at me. "The regulars." The applause peaked. 30, maybe 40 hands clapping, steady, rhythmic, then faded, just as the house lights came up for intermission. Silence. As if it had never happened, patrons filed out, chatting about Laura's fragility, Tom's restlessness. No one mentioned the applause. No one even looked toward the empty seats. I asked Silas about it after the show. We were locking up. He was checking the fire exits. I was collecting stray programs. "It's nothing," he said, not turning. "Just the house settling." But it was applause, structured, timed. He paused at the stage door, black, heavy, iron-banded, with a small brass plaque, "For performers only." "Some buildings remember," he said softly. "The Marlowe remembers everything." He jiggled the handle, locked, especially the night it burned. I'd read about the fire, November 12th, 1937, a matinee of The Green Pastures. An all-black cast, rare for the time. Electrical fault in the fly system, the report said. Spark, dry hemp ropes, inferno in under 4 minutes. 83 dead. Most trapped in the balcony, the only exit blocked by fallen scenery. 16 performers, 67 patrons. No bodies recovered intact. The theater was rebuilt, restored, the city called it. But the Marlowe never reopened for 2 years. When it did, the balcony exits were widened, fire curtains installed, wiring replaced. But the seats? The same ones. They kept the originals. Why? I asked Silas later, over bad coffee in the staff break room. Really just a closet with a mini fridge and a microwave that smelled like burnt popcorn. He stirred his coffee. No sugar, no cream. The families asked, said the dead liked their seats. I laughed, nervous. That's macabre. He looked at me, dead-eyed. Grief is macabre, son. Theaters just hold its shape. The next show was a one-man comedy act. Terrible. Jokes about airport security and dating apps. The live audience, about 100, clapped politely at the end, weakly. But as the curtain fell, the other applause began, louder this time, not scattered. Full orchestra, mezzanine, balcony, a standing ovation, hands clapping in perfect unison. I walked down the center aisle, flashlight off, just listening. It wasn't coming from empty seats. It was coming from beneath them. A low vibration in the floor, a resonance in the wood, like the theater itself was clapping. I knelt, pressed my ear to the floor between rows K and L, not clapping, thumping, rhythmic, like fists or feet, stamping, thump, 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 thump. Then voices, not words, humming, a single chord, low, dissonant, beneath the applause. I jerked back. Silas stood over me. Don't listen too long, he said. They'll hear you listening. That night, I researched, not just the fire, the Marlowe's history, opened with The Merry Widow, 1913, survived the Depression, flourished in the 40s and 50s, then declined. By the 70s, it was showing grindhouse films and hosting rock concerts where kids lit flares and pissed in the ornate sconces. But there was one gap, 1958 to 1961, no records, no playbills, no newspaper ads, just a single line in a city ledger, Marlowe Grand, private lease, no public engagements. I dug deeper, found a microfilm reel at the Historical Society. Easton Daily, March 3rd, 1959. Local troupe disappears after final performance. The Vesper Players, an experimental theater collective known for immersive sensory dramas, concluded their 6-month residency at the Marlowe Grand last Saturday with a sold-out performance of their original work, The Unseen Audience. Patrons reported overwhelming emotional resonance and a sense of profound communal witness. The troupe, 8 actors, 2 directors, 1 composer, were scheduled to depart for Europe Monday morning. They have not been seen since. Authorities report no evidence of foul play. The theater's manager, Alistair Croft, declined comment, stating only, "They gave their all. The audience received it. That is the pact." The Unseen Audience? I searched the title. Nothing. No script. No reviews beyond that one article. Just a footnote in a dissertation on avant-garde theater. Croft's participatory ontology theories suggest audience members were not passive observers, but active co-creators of narrative reality, blurring performer-spectator boundaries to induce shared hallucinatory states. Ethical concerns led to the group's dissolution. Shared hallucinatory states. I thought of the applause, the humming, the thumping. The next night, I brought a digital recorder, hid it in my blazer pocket, waited. The show was a children's musical. Annie, loud, cheerful, saccharine. The real audience, mostly parents and grandparents, laughed, clapped, sang along, then curtain call, polite applause, then silence, 2 beats, then the other applause, not slow, not rhythmic, frenzied, like a storm. I slipped the recorder into the seat pocket of Orchestra M12, a center seat always empty, no matter how full the house. Let it run. After the show, I played it back in the break room. At first, just crowd noise, then the shift, a drop in frequency, a layering, not hands, something else. I ran it through audio software on my laptop, isolated frequencies below 8 Hz, inaudible to most adults. The recording revealed a pattern, a pulse, 42 beats per minute, human resting heart rate, then a voice, not speaking, singing, a single word over and over in a language I didn't know, but the software translated phonetically. Witness, again, witness, again, witness. I looked up the word in every dead language I could find. In ancient Greek, martis, one who testifies often unto death. In Old Church Slavonic, suvidteli, co-seer, one who sees with. The next day, Silas didn't show up, no call, no note. His locker was empty, except for a single item on the top shelf, a brass key engraved "Stage Left." I took it. That night, the show was dark, no performance, just a private event. Donor Appreciation Night, the schedule said. I was told to open the house at 7:30. Let them in. Seat them. Who? I asked the manager, a harried woman named Carol, who smelled of nicotine and desperation. Just let them in, she said, avoiding my eyes. They know where to go. At 7:28, the front doors opened. Not one person, not a group, a flow. Men and women, dressed in 1930s, 1950s attire, women in cloche hats, furs draped over shoulders despite the warm night, men in fedoras, overcoats, polished shoes. No tickets, no greetings. They moved in silence, gliding past me into the auditorium. I followed. They filled the seats. Not randomly, deliberately, orchestra first, then mezzanine, then balcony, every seat, 842, all occupied. Not a whisper, not a rustle, just the soft shush of velvet as they sat. I stood at the back. The house lights dimmed. The curtain remained closed. Then the applause began. Not from them, from the stage. A slow building ovation like an audience. On stage was clapping for the audience in the seats. I walked down the aisle, stopped at row G, looked up. The balcony was full, every seat, but the faces, blurred, not like bad focus, like they were unfinished. Smudges of light and shadow, eyes, too dark, mouths slightly open, no teeth, just dark. I raised my flashlight, swept the beam across the mezzanine. The light didn't reflect. It absorbed, like shining into fog. Then one figure in balcony A7 turned its head, looked directly at me, raised a hand, not to wave, to beckon. I ran to the stage door. The brass key fit. I turned it. The door opened inward. Darkness. I stepped in. The door closed behind me, no latch, just sealed. Backstage was vast. Catwalks overhead, ropes hanging like vines, flats stacked against walls, painted scenes of forests, parlors, city streets, all faded, peeling. And in the center, on the stage itself, 8 chairs, arranged in a semicircle, facing the audience, each with a nameplate. I climbed the steps, walked to the first chair. Eleanor Vance, soprano, second; Julian Hart, lead, third; Isabel Roy, mezzo, fourth; Theo McKenna, composer, fifth; Silas Wren, stage manager. I froze. Silas, my trainer, he wasn't 70, he was gone. Since 1959, I backed away, tripped over something, a trunk, old leather, straps brittle. I opened it. Inside, scripts, stacked neatly, all titled The Unseen Audience. Final draft, performance master. I took one, flipped it open, no dialogue, no stage directions, just a single line, repeated on every page. When the house is full and the stage is empty, the pact is fulfilled. Beneath it, in tight, spidery handwriting, the audience does not watch the show. The audience is the show. We do not perform for them. We perform with them. And when the last witness takes their seat, the performance never ends. I dropped the script, looked up. The stage lights, dark for hours, flickered on. Not the work lights. The house lights blazing. I turned. The auditorium was full, every seat. But now the faces were clear. Eleanor Vance, Julian Hart, Isabel Roy, Theo McKenna, Silas Wren, and the others, all of them, watching me, smiling, not with joy, with relief, because I was standing on stage, in the light, and the seats were waiting for me. The applause began, not from them, from the walls, from the floor, from the air itself. A roar, demanding, celebrating, welcoming. I walked to the edge of the stage, looked down at Orchestra Row G, seat 12. My seat, empty, waiting. The script said, when the house is full and the stage is empty, the pact is fulfilled. But the stage wasn't empty. Yet. I took a breath, stepped back, into the wings. Then I ran, not to the stage door, to the loading dock. The heavy metal door was bolted. I threw my weight against it, once, twice. It groaned open, cold night air. I stumbled, out, didn't stop, ran 6 blocks, didn't look back. I didn't go in the next night, or the next, but on the 4th night, my phone buzzed. A text, unknown number, no message, just a photo, a seat. Orchestra G12, empty, and on the velvet, a single program. Cover, plain black, no title, just gold lettering at the bottom. Tonight's performance has already begun. I deleted it, blocked the number, but that night as I lay in bed, I heard it. Through the walls, through the city, faint, rising. Clap from the east, clap, clap from the south, clap, clap, clap. Growing, converging, a standing ovation. For me, because I was the only one left, the last witness, and the pact. The pact required a full house. I sit in my apartment now. The lights are off. The city hums outside, but beneath it, the applause, louder, closer. I know what happens when it reaches my door. They won't force it open. They'll wait. Because the Marlowe Grand doesn't take, it invites. And when the final seat is filled, the performance continues forever. The front door just opened, not by me, by itself. A draft, cold, carrying the scent of beeswax and old velvet, and from down the hall, the sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate. Step, pause, ascending, not to my floor, to the theater. They're holding my seat. I stand, Walk to the door. Look down. On the welcome mat, a single ticket. Gold foil, no date, no time. Just Orchestra, G12. Reserved. I pick it up. It's warm, like it's been held. I don't put on a coat. I don't lock the door. I walk. The streets are empty. The city sleeps. But the Marlowe is alive. The marquee flickers. The missing letters return. Marlowe, grand. And beneath them, new ones, burning bright. Tonight, one night only, the unseen audience. The doors open as I approach. Inside, the lobby is full, not with people, with presents. The chandelier blazes, the red carpet gleams. I walk down the center aisle. No usher, no Silas, just the quiet hum of anticipation. I reach Orchestra G12. Sit. The seat is warm. The curtain rises. The stage is empty. But the applause is thunderous. And as I join in, clapping, tears streaming, heart full, I realize something. The performers aren't late. They're already here, in every seat, in every breath, in every clap. We are the show. We always were. And the curtain, it never falls. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I worked night shift in a museum. The mannequins started moving. The job posting was absurdly specific. Night security, Caldwell Museum of Regional History, 11 p.m., 5 a.m. Must be comfortable working alone. No prior experience required. 18 HR, cash, paid weekly. Cash, weekly, no background check. After the incident in Toledo, no charges, just a misunderstanding that cost me my teaching license and any hope of reference. I didn't ask questions. I showed up at 10:45 p.m. on a Tuesday in late October wearing black cargo pants, steel-toed boots, and a zip-up hoodie that still smelled faintly of smoke. The museum was a converted 1920s Carnegie Library, sandstone facade, arched windows, iron gates locked tight by day. By night, it loomed like a mausoleum. No lights inside, just the pale glow of street lamps catching the dust on the stained glass transom above the entrance. Mr. Voss met me at the side door, the staff entrance. A narrow metal door set into the foundation, painted the same grim green as the fire hydrants. He was small, wiry, late 60s, with a permanent squint and fingers stained with nicotine and something darker, ink maybe, or rust. He didn't offer his hand, just jingled a ring of keys and said, "You're late." "I'm early. 11 shift start. You're here at 10:45. That's 7 minutes of unsupervised access. Unacceptable." He handed me a laminated floor plan, hand-drawn, smudged, and a maglite so old the rubber grip had turned to glue. Patrol every hour, log time and location in the binder, front desk, main hall, east wing, colonial life, west wing, industrial era, basement storage. Do not enter the basement vault. Do not touch exhibits. Do not speak to the mannequins. I blinked. Come again? He stared at me, unblinking. They're props, but some guests project. You'll feel it. A presence, a weight. Ignore it. Walk past. Keep moving. Right, mannequins. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. If you hear tapping, 3 slow, 3 fast, 3 slow, radio me. Only then. He vanished into the night. I stepped inside. The air hit me first. Cold, dry, sterile, like opening a long-sealed tomb. The scent was old paper, varnish, and beneath it, a faint, greasy odor. Machine oil and lanolin, the kind used to preserve leather. The lobby was dim, lit only by emergency exit signs casting bloody halos on the floor. A glass case held arrowheads and a rusted musket. Behind the front desk, A rotary phone sat beside a logbook bound in cracked leather. I opened it. Previous entries were neat, precise. 2302 Main Hall, 100.17 East Wing, until 3 nights ago. The last entry read 0244. They're not supposed to turn their heads. I didn't do anything. Radio dead. Keys in desk. No signature. The next page was blank. I flipped back. Every log for the past 6 weeks ended abruptly. No. Shift complete. No initials. Just sudden silence. I started my first patrol. Main Hall was 2 stories tall, dominated by a suspended Wright Flyer replica and a bronze statue of Senator Caldwell, one hand raised in benediction, the other holding a scroll. His eyes, glass painted a watery blue, followed me as I passed. Parallax, I told myself, trick of the light, East Wing, colonial life. 3 dioramas. First, the hearth. A woman in a homespun dress kneaded dough on a pine table. A child, wooden, jointed, sat on a stool clutching a rag doll. The woman's head was tilted slightly downward, as if in concentration. Standard. Second, the study. A man in a powdered wig sat at a desk, quill in hand, penning a letter. His face was carved with deep lines. Weariness, wisdom, resolve. Third, the attic. This one unsettled me immediately. A single figure, a young woman, mid-20s, dressed in a simple calico dress, barefoot. She stood facing the far wall, arms at her sides, head bowed. No label, no description plaque. Just a small brass tag on the base. C. 1798. Anonymous. Acquired 1953. Her hair, real human hair, I realized with a jolt, hung in a single thick braid down her back. Her skin wasn't plaster, not plastic. It looked like wax. Ivory-colored, faintly translucent, with visible pores and the subtle blue tracery of veins at her temples, and her hands. Her fingers were slightly curled, not relaxed. Clasped, like she was holding something invisible. I moved on. West Wing, industrial era, looms, steam engines, a replica coal mine shaft with a minor mannequin, soot-streaked face, pickaxe over one shoulder, frozen mid-stride. His head was turned, not toward the exhibit label, toward the doorway. Where I'd just entered, I stopped, waited, nothing. Voss was right. Projection, isolation, stress. Back at the desk, I logged 2307 Main Hall. My handwriting looked shaky. Hour 2, East. Wing again. I paused at the hearth. The child's head was no longer facing forward. It was tilted up, staring at the woman. The woman's hands, before resting lightly on the dough, were now kneading. Deep, rhythmic presses. The dough, real flour and lard, preserved under UV-filtered glass, rippled with each motion. I stepped closer. The glass was cool. Inside, the woman's chest rose. Just once. A shallow, almost imperceptible inhalation. I backed away. Fast. West Wing. The miner. He'd moved. Not much. 6 inches forward. His pickaxe now rested on the ground, point down like he was leaning on it. His eyes, glass brown, flecked with gold, locked onto mine. Tap, tap, tap. I froze. Not from the miner, from the East Wing. 3 slow taps. Tap, tap, tap. Then 3 fast. Tap, tap, tap. Then 3 slow. Tap, tap, tap. SOS. My blood turned to ice. Voss's words echoed. If you hear tapping, 3 slow, 3 fast, 3 slow. Radio me. I ran to the desk. The radio was a brick-sized Motorola circa 1989, antenna bent, volume knob crusted with grime. I keyed the mic. Mr. Voss? Voss, come in. I heard the signal. Static. Then a voice, not Voss. A woman's voice, young, calm. He won't answer. I dropped the radio. It clattered to the floor. The voice came from the speaker, not over the air. From inside the radio. He never answers after midnight. I kicked the radio under the desk, stood there, breathing hard. 23:58, 2 minutes to my next patrol. The museum was silent, too silent. No hum of HVAC, no distant traffic, just the low thrum of my own pulse in my ears. Midnight struck, not by clock, by sound. A deep, resonant gong, like a church bell muffled by earth, vibrated through the floorboards. Dust sifted from the ceiling tiles. Every light in the museum flickered, once, twice, then died. Emergency lights snapped on, dim, red, casting the halls in the color of a fresh wound. I grabbed the mag light. The beam was weak, yellow at the edges. I walked toward the east wing, slowly. Tap, tap, tap. SOS again, from the attic diorama. I stopped at the archway. The young woman was no longer facing the wall. She stood in the center of the small platform. Facing me, her head was up. Her eyes, open now, were not glass. They were real, pale gray, bloodshot, exhausted. Tears, clear, viscous, tracked down her waxen cheeks. Her lips moved, no sound, but I read them. Help me. I took a step forward. The glass cover over the diorama was gone, not broken, removed. She reached out. Her hand passed through the space where the glass should have been. Her fingers were cold, dry. They brushed my wrist. A jolt went through me, not electric. Memory. Images flooded my mind. A cellar, dirt floor, chains on the wall. A man's voice. You'll thank me. History needs witnesses. The smell of tallow and fever sweat. Needles, long, thin, bone-handled, injecting something thick and amber into her neck. The wax pouring, slow, steady, filling her mouth as she screamed. I stumbled back, gasping. She didn't follow, just stood there, tears falling, whispering with her eyes. Don't let him make another. I fled to the west wing. The miner was gone. His pickaxe lay on the floor. The coal mine shaft entrance, just a painted backdrop before, now gaped open, dark, real, a tunnel. From within, the sound of shoveling, scrape, scrape, thud. I ran to the basement door, the one marked storage, authorized personnel only. It stood ajar. A narrow stair descended into darkness. The smell hit me halfway down. Damp earth, formaldehyde, and that greasy lanolin, stronger now. The basement was a labyrinth of rolling storage racks, each holding crates, paintings wrapped in plastic, marble busts staring blankly from the gloom. At the far end, a vault door, steel, round, like a bank safe. It stood open. Inside, light, warm, golden light, and voices, not one, dozens, murmuring. I crept forward, peered in. The vault wasn't for artifacts. It was a workshop. Wooden tables lined the walls, covered in tools, scalpels, syringes, bone saws, bowls of amber fluid. Jars lined the shelves, not specimens. Eyes, hundreds of them, floating in formaldehyde, blue, brown, green, hazel, all human, all labeled with dates and initials. EM, 1798, RT, 1832, AG, 1895, DS, 1911, KL, 1987, and at the end, JM, 2020, my initials, my year. On the central table, a mannequin in progress, a man, late 30s, brown hair, hoodie, my face, carved in wax, unfinished. One eye socket empty. The other held a glass orb, pale gray, bloodshot. Her eye. A door creaked behind me. I turned. Mr. Voss stood in the vault entrance. He held a bone-handled syringe filled with amber liquid. No one believes witnesses, he said softly, but everyone believes history. He stepped forward. I backed into the workshop. My hand closed around a cold metal object on the table, a chisel. I swung. He dodged. The chisel struck ajar, glass shattered, formaldehyde and eyes spilled across the floor. The eyes didn't roll, they blinked and screamed, a high, keening wail, silent, but vibrating in my skull like a dentist's drill. Voss flinched. I ran, past the storage racks, up the stairs, into the west wing. The coal mine shaft was wider now. The shoveling had stopped. From the darkness, a figure emerged. The miner, but not as before. His face was peeling, wax sloughing off in grayish sheets, revealing raw, glistening muscle beneath. His mouth opened, not to speak, to unhinge, jaw dropping lower, lower, until his chin touched his chest. Inside, rows of needle teeth, and behind them, a second mouth, smaller, whispering. He promised us permanence. I ran for the east wing. The dioramas were empty. The hearth, dough flattened, table overturned. The study, chair on its side, quills snapped in two. The attic platform, empty, but the floor was wet. Footprints, bare feet, leading to the main hall. I followed. The main hall was transformed. The right flyer hung lower, cables straining. Senator Caldwell's statue was gone from its pedestal. In its place, her. The young woman. She stood tall now, arms outstretched, palms upturned. Around her, dozens of figures. The colonial woman, flour dusting her apron like snow. The child, doll gone, hands curled into fists. The studious man, wig askew, quill now a dagger in his belt. The miner, wax hanging in tatters, muscles gleaming wetly in the red light. All facing her, all waiting. She turned as I entered. Her tears were gone. Her eyes, clear, sharp, ancient. He preserves bodies, she said, her voice no longer a whisper, but full, resonant, echoing from the rafters. But we preserve truth. Voss appeared behind me, blocking the lobby exit. He held the syringe. Don't make me ruin you, he said. You could be magnificent. A teacher. A lesson. I looked at her, at the others, at the empty eye socket on my wax double, waiting in the vault. Why? I asked her. Because silence is the only thing he fears, she said, and we are very, very loud. She raised her hand. The others moved, not walking, unfolding, limbs extended, joints reversed, wax cracking like eggshells, revealing not bone, not muscle, but light. A soft, pulsing gold, the same as the vault. They surrounded Voss. He didn't scream, just stared transfixed as the colonial woman took the syringe, pressed it to his neck. Injected the amber fluid, he collapsed. Not dead. Changing. His skin paled, waxed, his eyes, still open, still terrified, clouded over. They carried him to the vault. I followed. They laid him on the central table. The young woman picked up a chisel, began to carve, not his face, his mouth, sealing it shut, stitch by stitch, with wax and wire. When she finished, she turned to me. "Stay," she said. "Guard the truth." I shook my head. "I need to leave. Tell—" "There is no out," she said gently. "Only in, or through." She pointed to the vault wall. Not stone. A door, old wood, iron-bound, no handle, just a keyhole shaped like an eye. "The archive," she said, "where the silenced go to be heard." She held out a key, bone, carved with tiny, screaming faces. "It only opens from this side." I took it. It was warm, pulsing, like a heart. I walked to the door. The others stepped back. I inserted the key. It turned with a sound like a sigh. The door swung inward, not darkness. Light, blinding, white, pure, and sound, 1,000 voices, singing, not in harmony, in testimony. Names, dates, crimes, confessions, apologies. I stepped through. The door closed behind me. Silence. Then, a new voice, mine, speaking without moving my lips. "My name is Jacob Miller. I work night shift at the Caldwell Museum. I saw what they did. I saw who they were." The light dimmed. I stood in a vast white hall, infinite shelves stretched into forever. Each held a single book, bound in pale leather on the spines. Names: Eleanor Mayfield, Reverend Thomas Pike, Aloysius Green. And at the end of the first aisle, Jacob Miller, unwritten, waiting. A desk stood before it. An open book, a pen. I sat. The pen moved, not my hand. The truth. Words flowed onto the page. My memories, my fear, the amber fluid, the wax, the eyes. The pen paused. At the bottom of the first page, it wrote, "He is still down there, carving, preserving, lying." Then beneath it, "But we are here." Listening, remembering, waiting for the next witness to turn the key. I closed the book, stood, walked back to the door. It opened at my touch. The vault was empty. Voss's table was clean, the jars of eyes gone. Only my wax double remained, but its face was different, not mine. His, Voss's, mouth sealed shut, one eye, my eye, glass, pale gray, watching. The key was gone from my pocket. In its place, a new book, bound in pale leather, warm, pulsing. I walked upstairs. The museum was quiet, pristine, the dioramas restored. The hearth, woman kneading, child watching. The study, man writing, quill steady. The attic, young woman facing the wall, head bowed, hands clasped, as if nothing happened. I sat at the front desk, opened the logbook, wrote 0312, East Wing, all exhibits secure. I didn't sign it, didn't need to. The next guard would find the book, the key, the truth, and when the tapping starts, 3 slow, 3 fast, 3 slow, he'll... No, it's not a signal for help. It's an invitation to remember, to witness, to join us. I lean back in the chair. The mag light beam dims. The red emergency lights pulse, and in the silence, I hear them, breathing, whispering, singing, not behind the glass, inside me. The wax is warm now, settling, filling the hollow places, making me whole, making me permanent, making me true. I close my eyes. The museum sighs, a deep, contented sound, like a body finally at rest. Outside, dawn bleeds gray at the windows. Another night done, another witness kept. I reach for the logbook, turn to a fresh page, pick up a pen. It's already moving, writing, for I think. They think they're guarding the past. But we are the past. And we are always watching. I smile. The mannequins don't move. They don't need to. They're already here, inside the walls, inside the glass, inside me, waiting for the next shift, waiting for the next lie, waiting to be remembered. The pen dips, forms one last line. Check-in is complete. I set it down, fold my hands, wait. The museum breathes, and I breathe with it. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. I stayed in a haunted AirBnB. The host keeps texting me from 1912. The listing was absurdly cheap. Too cheap. That should have been my first red flag. Eleanor's Haven, historic charm, unbeatable price, the Airbnb description chirped, accompanied by slightly grainy photos of a 3-story Victorian with gingerbread trim peeling like sunburnt skin and windows that seemed to stare blankly across a weed-choked lawn. The interior shot showed high ceilings, ornate but dusty moldings, and a clawfoot tub in a bathroom with suspiciously dark grout lines. The price? Less than half what a decent motel would charge for the week I needed near the city archives for my dissertation research on early 20th century textile unions. My grant money was bleeding out faster than I'd anticipated, and the thought of another week in a fluorescent-lit, thin-walled, budget-chain hotel made my teeth ache. I clicked Book Now before my better judgment could catch up. The host, Eleanor, responded instantly with a welcoming message that felt overly formal. "Welcome, dear guest. I am delighted you've chosen Eleanor's Haven. Please respect the history within these walls. Keys are beneath the third blue slate on the left of the porch. Safe travels." No phone number listed, just the AirBnB messaging system. Fine. Quirky host. Historic place. What could go wrong? The drive to Ravenswood was longer than the map suggested, the GPS signal flickering out completely as I turned onto Sycamore Lane, a narrow, tree-canopied road that felt decades behind the times. The houses here were all grand old dames, some restored to gleaming glory, others slumping under the weight of neglect. Eleanor's Haven was firmly in the latter category. The photos hadn't lied, but they'd been kind. The white paint was more ghost than pigment, revealing gray, weathered wood beneath. Shutters hung askew. The wraparound porch sagged like a tired spine. And the silence. It wasn't peaceful. It was thick, watchful. The air smelled damp, like wet earth, and something faintly sweet, almost cloying, beneath it. Old potpourri gone rancid, maybe. I found the key under the specified blue slate, cold and heavy in my hand, the metal gritty with dirt. Inside, the smell intensified. Dust, yes, thick enough to taste, but also that underlying sweetness, now mixed with the sharp tang of mildew and something else, vaguely metallic like old pennies. The foyer was cavernous, dominated by a grand staircase that curved upwards into shadow. The hardwood floors were scarred and dull. The air was several degrees colder than the humid July evening outside. I flicked the light switch. Nothing happened. My phone flashlight cut a shaky beam through the gloom, illuminating a dusty chandelier crusted with dead flies, wallpaper peeling away in long leprous strips, revealing plaster beneath, and the wide, unblinking eyes of several faded oil portraits lining the walls. Their subjects, stern-faced men and women in stiff collars and high-necked dresses, seemed to follow the beam of light. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just the shadows playing tricks, the result of fatigue and cheap rental anxiety. The listing mentioned the master bedroom on the second floor. I hauled my suitcase up the stairs, each step groaning beneath my weight like a protest. The air grew colder with each step. The master bedroom was large, dominated by a four-poster bed with a sagging mattress stripped bare. No linens. The listing had mentioned vintage charm, but this was bare bones. I found a threadbare quilt folded on a rocking chair in the corner. The single window looked out over the overgrown backyard where skeletal trees clawed at the twilight sky. I dumped my bag, changed into sweats, and decided to explore the kitchen for anything usable. The kitchen was a time capsule of the 1970s. Avocado green appliances, cracked linoleum, cupboards sticky with grime. One cupboard held a single chip teacup and a dusty box of long-expired tea bags. The fridge was empty, humming loudly in the silence. I'd have to get groceries tomorrow. Exhaustion finally won out. I made a nest on the bed with the scratchy quilt, the cold seeping through the thin mattress. and fell into a fitful sleep filled with the sound of dripping water and the creaking of old wood settling. I woke abruptly in the pitch black, not just dark, a thick, suffocating blackness that pressed against my eyes. The dripping sound was louder now, rhythmic, insistent. Plink, plink, plink. It wasn't coming from the bathroom. It sounded like it was right beside the bed. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen blazed to life harsh in the gloom, showing 3:17 a.m. and a new notification. AirBnB message from Eleanor. My thumb hovered over the screen. Who messages a guest at 3 a.m.? I opened it. Eleanor. Dearest guest, I trust you found the key. The east room is always drafty this time of year. Do mind the loose floorboard near the wardrobe. It startles so. I stared. The east room? I was in the master bedroom, which faced west. The wardrobe? There was no wardrobe here, just a small empty closet, and the cold was intense like an open freezer. I pulled the thin quilt tighter. Drafty? This was Arctic. I typed back, my fingers clumsy with sleep and unease. Me. Eleanor, it's 3 a.m. I'm in the master bedroom, not the east room, and it's freezing in here. I hit send and waited. The phone's glow the only light in the oppressive dark. The dripping sound stopped abruptly. Silence rushed in, heavier than before, then a chime, a reply. Instantly. Eleanor. Oh, forgive my muddled thoughts. The years do blur. The master is quite chilly, isn't it? Poor Mr. Henderson always complained of the damp. He preferred the warmth downstairs. Do light a fire if you wish. The tinder is dry in the grate. Mr. Henderson. The listing hadn't mentioned any Mr. Henderson, and the fireplace in this room was boarded up, layers of paint sealing it shut. There was no grate, no tinder, just cold, dead brick. A prickle of cold sweat traced my spine despite the room's chill. This wasn't right. This wasn't just a quirky host. This was off, deeply off. I checked the message details sent from Eleanor's Airbnb account. But the timestamp? It didn't show a date, just the time, 3:18 a.m. I shoved the phone under the quilt, turning my back to the room, pulling the covers over my head like a child. The darkness under the quilt was warm, safe. I tried to breathe slowly. It's just an old house, old pipes, a confused host, jet lag messing with your head. But the cold wasn't just in the air anymore. It felt like it was seeping into my bones, a deep, marrow-chilling cold that had nothing to do with drafts. Sleep didn't return. I lay rigid, listening to the house breathe, not just creaks and groans, but distinct sounds. A soft thump from the hallway like something heavy settling, a faint, rhythmic scraping like fingernails dragging slowly down wood, and beneath it all, that underlying silence that felt less like absence of noise and more like a held breath. When the first gray light of dawn finally seeped around the edges of the heavy curtains, I threw off the quilt, shivering, and stumbled downstairs. I needed coffee, strong coffee, and sunlight. The kitchen was no warmer. The dripping sound was back, louder now, echoing from the sink. I turned on the tap. Rusty water sputtered out, then cleared. I filled the chipped teacup and shoved it into the humming microwave. As I waited, hugging myself against the chill, my phone buzzed again on the counter. Eleanor. Good morning, dear. I hope the night was restful. The roses by the back gate are particularly lovely this week. Pink Ophelias, my favorite. Mr. Henderson planted them for our anniversary. 1910, it was. 1910. My blood ran colder than the house. I stared at the message, then at the microwave counting down. 1910. This wasn't a mistake. This was deliberate or something else. I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. Me. Eleanor, that's impossible. 1910 was over 100 years ago. Are you okay? Is this some kind of joke? The microwave dinged. The cup of water was barely warm. I ignored it. My phone chimed immediately. Eleanor, a joke? Oh dear no. Time is such a peculiar thing within these walls. It folds like fabric. One moment it is 1912. The scent of Ophelias thick in the air. The next is now. Do forgive my confusion. The house remembers everything, especially the sad things. 1912, the year the Titanic sank. The year something. My dissertation research flooded back. Not just unions, but the social history, the tragedies. A chill that had nothing to do with the draft slithered down my neck. I grabbed my keys. I needed air. I needed groceries. I needed to leave this place, even if it meant sleeping in my car. As I yanked open the heavy front door, a small tarnished object caught my eye, half buried in the dust on the threshold. A locket. Silver, oval, intricately engraved with swirling patterns. It felt ice cold in my palm. I slipped it into my pocket, a strange compulsion overriding my panic. Proof. I needed proof this wasn't just my unraveling mind. The grocery store was a blessed sanctuary of fluorescent lights, piped-in pop music, and the smell of baking bread. I bought coffee, instant this time, a bag of chips, bottled water, and the thickest, warmest blanket I could find. I avoided the checkout clerk's small talk, my mind racing. Back at the car, I pulled out my phone, dozens of missed notifications. Not just AirBnB messages, text messages from an unknown number. My blood turned to slush. Unknown number. The fire won't light. The damp has gotten into the tinder. Mr. Henderson is cross. Unknown number. Did you see the roses? They are weeping today, so heavy with dew. Unknown number. Be careful on the stairs. The third step from the top, it gave way once, terribly. Unknown number. He is in the study. He does not like guests. He never did. Unknown number. Why are you wearing my locket? I hadn't told anyone about the locket. I hadn't shown it to anyone. I frantically checked the AirBnB app. More messages from Eleanor, time-stamped minutes ago, hours ago, all jumbled. Eleanor, the locket is not yours. Return it to the blue slate. It belongs to the house. Eleanor, Mr. Henderson says you are making too much noise. He prefers silence. He always did. Eleanor, April 14th is a bad day, a very bad day for this house. Do not be here then. Eleanor, 1912. The water was so cold. Colder than the master bedroom, colder than death. April 14th, Titanic sank. April 14th, 1912. My hands shook so badly. I almost dropped the phone. I drove back to Eleanor's haven in a daze, the warm blanket on the passenger seat feeling like a flimsy shield. The house loomed, darker than before, the windows like empty sockets. I parked haphazardly and ran inside, bolting the heavy front door behind me as if that would keep her out. I threw the groceries on the dusty kitchen table, my breath coming in short gasps. I pulled the locket from my pocket. It felt warmer now, almost pulsing. Engraved on the back, nearly worn smooth, were the initials, EV. I needed to leave, right now. But my car keys, where were they? I'd had them in the kitchen. I tore through the groceries, dumping chips on the floor, knocking over the water bottle. They weren't there. My jacket? I'd left it upstairs. Upstairs. The cold room. I took the stairs 2 at a time, ignoring the groans of the wood, the sudden drop in temperature as I reached the second-floor landing. My jacket was on the bed, keys in the pocket. Relief washed over me so strong it made me dizzy. I turned to leave. The wardrobe, the one Eleanor mentioned, the one that wasn't supposed to be here, it stood in the corner where the small closet had been the night before. A heavy, dark oak monstrosity, its mirror clouded and spotted, and the floorboard beside it. It was loose, gaping slightly, revealing darkness beneath, just like she'd warned. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed to run, but the locket in my hand grew warm, almost hot. A compulsion seized me. I knelt, ignoring the icy bite of the floorboards through my jeans, and pried up the loose board. Dust filled the air. Beneath it wasn't just dirt and old beams. There was a small cavity, and inside, wrapped in brittle, yellowed newspaper, was a bundle of letters tied with faded blue ribbon. The top envelope was addressed in elegant looping script. To my dearest Eleanor, should the worst occur. From Arthur. The date in the corner, April 10th, 1912. My fingers trembled as I unfolded the brittle paper. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. My beloved Eleanor. If you are reading this, then the wireless reports are true. The Titanic has foundered. I am among the lost. Forgive me. Forgive my foolishness in booking passage on such a new, untested ship. Forgive my haste to return from New York with the contracts that would have secured our future, that would have finally silenced Henderson's threats over the mill shares. I thought only of providing for you, of freeing us from his shadow. But the water, Eleanor, the water is unimaginable. It steals your breath, your warmth, your very soul. It is a cold that burns. Remember the Ophelias by the gate, their scent? Hold that in your heart. Do not mourn me in darkness. Live. Be free of this house, free of Henderson's cruelty. He will use my absence as leverage. Do not let him. Sell the house. Go to Brighton. Remember the sun on your face there. Remember me in the light, not in this terrible, drowning dark. My love for you is the only warmth left in this endless cold. Goodbye, my dearest star. Always, Arthur. The date on the letter, April 10th, 5 days before the sinking. He'd known the risk. He'd gone anyway. Henderson, Mr. Henderson, the man in the portraits downstairs, the owner, the one who didn't like guests, the one who preferred silence. The pieces crashed together with horrifying clarity. Eleanor hadn't just been a host. She'd lived here. Her husband, Arthur, had sailed on the Titanic. And Mr. Henderson, he'd been the reason Arthur took the risk, the reason he died. And Eleanor, what had become of her in this cold, silent house, trapped with a man who hated her, grieving a love lost to an icy grave? A floorboard creaked behind me, not upstairs. Downstairs. Loud, deliberate, heavy. Footsteps, slow, measured, coming from the direction of the study Eleanor had mentioned. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Silence. Then a new text vibrated in my hand, the screen lighting up my pale face in the gloom. Unknown number. She is not alone up there. He is coming for the locket. He always wanted it. He wants her back in the dark. Panic exploded in my chest. I shoved the letter back into the cavity, replaced the floorboard clumsily, and stuffed the locket deep into my jeans pocket. I scrambled off the bed, grabbing my keys and jacket. I had to get out. Now! I flew down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, ignoring the icy blast that seemed to rush up from the cellar as I passed the basement door. I reached the front hall. The heavy front door was still bolted. I fumbled with the stiff iron bolt, my fingers numb with cold and fear. The footsteps started again, upstairs, slow, heavy, deliberate, thud, creak, coming down the stairs from the second floor, not Eleanor's light steps. This was a man's tread, heavy, angry. I wrenched the bolt free, yanked the doctor open. Daylight flooded in, blinding after the house's gloom. I stumbled out onto the sagging porch. I didn't look back. I ran for my car, fumbling the keys, the engine roaring to life with a blessed sound of modern mechanics. I threw it into reverse, tires spitting gravel. Only when I was halfway down Sycamore Lane did I dare glance in the rearview mirror. The house stood silent. But at the master bedroom window, the curtains were parted just enough, not by a hand. The fabric seemed to ripple, disturbed by an unseen presence, and pressed against the grimy glass, visible for just a second before the curtain fell back into place, was a face, not Eleanor's, a man's face, gaunt, pale as candle wax, with eyes like chips of obsidian that held no light, only a deep, chilling hunger. His mouth was a thin, cruel line. He held up a hand, slowly, not waving, pointing directly at my fleeing car. In his finger, glinting dully even at this distance, was a heavy signet ring. I drove until the gas tank was nearly empty, stopping only at a brightly lit chain motel miles away. I booked a room, paid cash for 2 nights, and locked the door. I poured the entire pot of scalding hot coffee down my throat, wrapped myself in the thin motel blanket, and sat on the bed with my back against the headboard facing the door. Dawn was hours away. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I flinched. It was just a notification. AirBnB. Eleanor had left a review request. I deleted the app. I deleted the unknown number. I threw the locket into the motel room's wastebasket, its cold weight suddenly unbearable. But as the weak motel light hummed overhead and the sounds of distant traffic filtered through the thin walls, my phone buzzed again. Not a notification. A text from the unknown number. I didn't want to look. I had to look. Unknown number. The locket is not in the bin. It is on the blue slate, where it belongs. But you took the letters. You know his name. Arthur. You know his name. Henderson. He knows you know. He does not like loose threads. The house is quiet now. Too quiet. He is waiting. For you to return the letters. For you to return her. April 14th is soon. The water always rises then. The cold always returns. He has found your car. He has found this place. The walls here are thin, like paper. He is in the hallway. I can hear his boots. He does not like motels. He prefers the old places, the places that remember. He is outside your door. He smells the fear. He smells the locket's echo on you. He is turning the handle. The lock will not hold. Not for him. Not for the cold. The water is rising. Can you hear it? Plink, plink, plink. He is coming in. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you. I tried to keep you safe. But the house is hungry. He is hungry. He always takes what is his. The locket, the letters, the warmth. You. The door is opening. The cold is pouring in. He is... The text cut off. My phone screen went black. Dead. Oh, hadn't used it much. The battery shouldn't be dead. I fumbled for the charger in my bag, my hand shaking violently. As I plugged it in, the overhead light flickered once, twice, then died, plunging the room into darkness. The only sound was the hum of the air conditioner and a new sound from the other side of the thin motel room door, a slow, deliberate scrape, like a heavy boot dragging on cheap carpet, then a soft, wet drip hitting the floor outside. Plink. Pause. Plink. Pause. Plink. Getting closer to the door, the cheap brass knob began to turn, slowly, with terrible patient force. The lock clicked. Not the flimsy deadbolt, but the ancient mechanism inside the knob itself. Something old was turning it from the outside. The door creaked open an inch. A sliver of darkness deeper than the room's gloom appeared, and with it a wave of cold so intense it stole my breath, carrying the faint, cloying scent of drowned roses and the metallic tang of deep, stagnant water. From the darkness beyond the door, a single word rasped, dry as dead leaves scraping on stone, yet carrying the weight of a century's frozen grief and fury. Mine. The phone in my hand suddenly blazed to life, screen illuminating my terrified face. Not a text this time. A notification banner across the top. AirBnB message from Eleanor. I'm coming up. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I was hired to watch an empty mansion, but every mirror shows a crowd. The job posting was absurdly specific, absurdly lucrative. Security monitor required, historic residence, isolated location, 14-day assignment, $3,500 flat fee, duties, nightly patrols, 22 Gal 06 Del Zaro, logbook entries, perimeter checks, no interaction with structure or contents, strictly observation only. Applicant must be comfortable with solitude, silence, and absolute adherence to protocol. Background check required. Inquiries to custos@viridianstate.com. $3,500 for 2 weeks of walking around a big empty house. It sounded like a scam or a setup. But the background check was real, thorough, invasive, conducted by a firm with impeccable credentials. And the money. My student loans were a suffocating weight, and my temp job barely covered ramen. Desperation again overruled prudence. The email came 3 days later. Congratulations, Mr. Ellis. Your application for the Viridian Estate. Assignment has been accepted. Report to the property at 18 hours on June 12th. Keys and instructions will be provided. Remember, observation only. Do not touch. Do not enter rooms unnecessarily. Do not engage. Your safety depends on compliance. The Viridian Estate wasn't on any map I could find. Directions led me down a series of narrowing county roads, finally onto a gravel track choked by pines. After 20 minutes of bouncing over potholes, the trees fell away. It wasn't a mansion. It was a citadel. 3 stories of pale gray stone, stark and severe, with narrow dark windows like watchful eyes. No turrets, no ornate carvings, just clean, brutal lines, more fortress than home. It sat on a bare granite outcrop, surrounded by nothing but wind-rustled grass and distant hazy mountains. A high wrought iron fence, topped with sharp spikes, encircled the property. The gate stood open, a silent invitation, or a trap sprung. A man waited on the steps. Late 50s, sharp suit, thinning silver hair, eyes like chips of flint behind wire-rimmed glasses. He held a small black case. "Mr. Ellis, Mr. Thorne." His handshake was brief, dry, and conveyed zero warmth. Punctual, good. He didn't smile. "The terms are non-negotiable, you observe," You patrol. You log. You leave the interior untouched. Violate this and the contract is void. Payment forfeit. Immediate ejection. He opened the case. Inside lay a heavy, old-fashioned key on a brass fob, a thick, leather-bound logbook, and a sleek, modern digital voice recorder. The key accesses the ground floor only, the kitchen, the main hall, the service corridor. The upper floors and west wing are off-limits. The logbook is for handwritten entries, time, weather, observations. The recorder is for supplementary audio notes. Only if you witness something anomalous. Use it sparingly. Report only what you see, not what you think, not what you fear. He handed me the case. Your shift begins at 22 for an hour. You have 4 hours to settle in, familiarize yourself with the permitted areas. Do not wander, do not explore. Dinner is in the kitchen icebox. Basic provisions, you'll find a cot there. He turned to leave, then paused. One final thing, Mr. Ellis. A peculiarity of the Viridian estate, the house, reflects. Be mindful of what you see in the glass. It is not always accurate. Focus on the physical reality. Ignore the reflections. He walked down the steps, got into a black sedan that hadn't been there a moment before, and drove away, leaving me alone on the granite steps, the massive oak door looming before me. The key turned smoothly. The door opened soundlessly. Inside, the air was still and cold, smelling of stone, dust, and old paper. The main hall was vast, empty, except for a single scarred wooden table holding a kerosene lantern. No furniture, no art, just bare stone walls, bare floorboards, and towering narrow windows draped in heavy, dust-sheeted curtains. Directly opposite the entrance, a grand staircase swept up into shadow. To the left, an archway led to the kitchen, a functional, stainless steel space with a cot folded in the corner, an icebox humming softly, and shelves stocked with canned goods and bottled water. To the right, a corridor, the service corridor, Thorne had called it, led deeper into the house's belly. I dropped my duffel on the cot. Thorne's warning echoed. Ignore the reflections. I scanned the hall. There were mirrors, not ornate, gilded affairs, but large, functional plates of glass set into the stone walls at intervals, likely for security to see around corners in the old days. They were dusty, tarnished at the edges. I approached the first one. It showed the empty hall behind me, my own reflection, pale, wary, duffel bag slung over my shoulder. Normal. I moved to the next. Same thing. Hall, me, dust, relief, thin and fragile, washed over me. Peculiarity, old glass, distortion. Thorne was just being dramatic or testing me. I ate a cold can of stew, the silence pressing in. 21:45, time to prep. I filled a lantern, checked the flashlight Thorne had included in the case. I opened the logbook. Thick, creamy paper. On the first page, in precise angular script, assignment. Security observation. Viridian Estate. Observer. A. Ellis. Dates. June 12th, 25. Protocol. Observe. Log. Do not engage. Below it, blank lines for entries. 22. Car. I lit the lantern. Its warm, flickering light pushed back the gloom, casting long, dancing shadows. I stepped into the main hall. First patrol. Perimeter check. Thorne had stressed it. Walk the fence line inside the property. Confirm all gates, just the one main entrance, are secure. Easy. I opened a heavy front door and stepped out. The wind was stronger outside, carrying the scent of pine and cold earth. The fence stretched away, iron black against the twilight. I walked clockwise, my boots crunching on the gravel drive. The house loomed at my back, its windows dark, watchful. I reached a far corner, turned, and stopped. In the large window of what I assumed was the library, ground floor, west side, the interior light from my lantern, held low, cast a reflection onto the glass. It wasn't just my reflection, dozens of them. A crowd. Men and women in dark, old-fashioned clothing, suits, long skirts, hats, packed tightly together. Their faces turned towards me, towards the window. They weren't moving, just standing, watching. Their expressions were indistinct in the low light, blurred by the glass, but the sheer number of them pressed shoulder to shoulder in a room I knew was empty sent a jolt of pure ice down my spine. I stumbled back, heart hammering. Trick of the light, refraction, my own distorted shadow multiplied. I raised the lantern higher. The crowd remained, dense, silent, watching. I forced myself to walk closer, peering past my own reflection. Inside the window, beyond the glass, it was empty. Just bare floorboards, bare walls. Dust motes danced in my lantern beam. The physical reality was void. The reflection was teeming. Ignore the reflections. Thorne's voice, calm, certain. I tore my eyes away, finished the perimeter check with shaken hand, and practically ran back inside, slamming the heavy door shut. 22:15. Logbook entry. 22:15. Perimeter check complete. Fence secure. Main gate latched. Observed reflection anomaly in west-facing ground floor window. Library. Multiple figures visible in reflection. Interior confirmed empty upon direct observation. Protocol followed. No engagement. My hand trembled as I wrote. Reflection anomaly. Clinical. Safe. I moved into the main hall for the interior patrol. Stick to the center. Observe the mirrors. I passed the first mirror. My reflection. Alone. Good. The second mirror. My reflection. And a blur of movement behind my left shoulder. A dark shape. Tall. Indistinct. Gone before I could focus. I stopped. Breathed. Peripheral vision. Shadow from the lantern. I walked slowly to the third mirror, the large one at the base of the staircase. I steeled myself, looked. The hall behind me was filled, not dozens, hundreds. A sea of faces, men in stiff collars and dark coats, women in high-necked dresses, hair pinned severely, children in miniature versions of the adults. They stood in perfect silent rows, filling the vast space of the hall, spilling up the first few stairs, pressed against the walls where, in reality, there was only empty stone. They weren't looking at me. They were all looking up. Towards the top of the staircase, their faces were pale, blurred, like figures seen through old, warped glass, but their stance, their utter, unnerving stillness, was chillingly real. In the center of the crowd, near the foot of the stairs, stood a man, taller than the others, wearing a long, dark coat. His face was clearer, gaunt, stern, eyes like deep wells. He wasn't looking up. He was looking directly at my reflection. At me? My blood turned to slush. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The lantern light flickered, making the crowd seem to ripple, to breathe. Then, as if sensing my paralysis, the man in the coat raised his hand. Not a wave, a slow, deliberate gesture, his index finger extended, pointing not at my reflection. Through the mirror, at me. A strangled gasp escaped my lips. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, crashing into the stone wall. The lantern clattered to the floor, its light guttering wildly, casting frantic, leaping shadows. When the light steadied, I looked back at the mirror. Empty. Just the hall. Just my own terrified face, white as bone, eyes wide with primal fear. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing the lantern. My hands were slick with sweat. Ignore the reflections. Ignore the reflections. Ignore the reflections. 22:30. Logbook entry, the pen digging. Into this paper. 22:30, interior patrol. Mirror 3, stairwell base, exhibited significant reflection anomaly. Dense crowd visualized. Estimated 200-plus figures, all facing staircase. One figure, male, dark coat, appeared to gesture. Interior confirmed empty upon physical verification. Observer momentarily disoriented. Protocol maintained no engagement. Disoriented. An understatement. I felt hollowed out, violated. The rest of the patrol was a blur of terror. Every mirror was a potential trap. The one in the service corridor showed me walking alone until I passed it. And in the periphery of the glass, a child's small, pale hand reached out from behind a door that was, in reality, closed and empty beyond. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just walked faster, my boots loud on the boards, the tick, tick, tick of a clock somewhere in the house suddenly deafening. Midnight. I retreated to the kitchen, barricading the door with a chair I knew was useless. I sat on the cot, back against the stainless steel counter, lantern beside me, the logbook open on my knees. My watch read 00:07. Thorne's voice echoed, "Your safety depends on compliance." Compliance meant ignoring the impossible. But how do you ignore a crowd of ghosts pointing at you through glass? I needed proof. Tangible proof, not just my shaky testimony. Thorne had given me the voice recorder for supplementary audio notes, only if you witness something anomalous. Was seeing a silent crowd in a mirror anomalous enough? It felt like the bare minimum of what this house offered. I picked up the recorder, pressed record. My voice, when I spoke, was a dry rasp. Log supplement, June 12th, 00:08. Arthur Ellis, stationed in kitchen. Visual confirmation of mass reflection event in main hall mirror 3. Crowd estimated 200+. Period clothing silent, all oriented towards upper floors. One individual interacted, gestured, pointed. I took a shaky breath. Physical sweep confirms interior spatial emptiness. Reconciling visual data with physical reality remains challenging. Requesting clarification on nature of reflection peculiarity cited in briefing. Is this expected? Is it harmless? Advise. I stopped the recording. The silence rushed back in, thicker, heavier. The tick, tick, tick of the clock was gone, replaced by something else, a murmur, faint, distant, like a crowd waiting in another room, a low hum of voices, indistinct, formless, but undeniably they're coming from everywhere, the walls, the floor, the air itself. It grew louder, not angry, not threatening, expectant, like an audience settling into their seats before the curtain rises. My eyes darted to the small round mirror mounted above the sink. I saw my own reflection, pale, sweating, eyes wide, and behind me, reflected in the mirror, filling the small kitchen space that was, in reality, empty, except for me and the cot. The crowd. Dozens of them crammed into the tiny space, their blurred faces turned towards my back, silent, waiting. The murmuring swelled, filling my ears, a tidal wave of soundless expectation. I squeezed my eyes shut. Not real, not real, not real. I opened them. The mirror showed only me. The murmuring stopped. O2R, patrol time. I couldn't stay in the kitchen. Protocol demanded it. I stood up, legs trembling, picked up the lantern. My hand hovered over the voice recorder. Don't. Thorne's warning. Use it sparingly. Maybe if I just observed, documented, didn't react. I removed the chair barricade, opened the kitchen door. The main hall was darker. The lantern felt feeble. I walked towards the staircase, forcing my gaze straight ahead, refusing to look at the mirrors on the walls. I reached the base of the stairs. The large mirror was to my left. I didn't look. I focused on the steps. Dark wood, polished, leading up into absolute blackness. Just log it. Move on. I turned to face the hall for the entry, and my eyes, traitorous, slid sideways to the mirror. It wasn't the crowd this time. It was me. My reflection stood at the base of the stairs just as I did, but it wasn't mimicking me. It was looking up the stairs, and it was smiling, a slow, wide, utterly alien smile that stretched far too wide across its face, revealing too many teeth glistening in the lantern light. Its eyes were black pits. It raised its hand, my hand, and pointed, not at me, but up the staircase, into the darkness. Go on, the smile seemed to say. Go see. A whimper escaped my throat. I tore my gaze away, fumbling for the logbook, my hand shaking so badly I dropped the pen. I scribbled, the words jagged. 02/15, mirror, 3, reflection of observer, exhibited autonomous behavior, smiling, gesturing towards upper floors. Physical self remained stationary, no engagement, perimeter check aborted, returning to kitchen. I ran back to the kitchen, slammed the door, rebarricaded it, collapsed onto the cot, pulling my knees to my chest, forehead pressed against them. The rationalizations were gone, shattered. This wasn't reflection. This was invitation, or summons. Dawn came, gray and weak, filtering through the high kitchen window. The murmuring was gone. The mirrors, when I dared peek, showed only my exhausted, hollow-eyed reflection. I ate nothing, drank water. My watch read 05:50, almost over, almost safe, 05:55. Final patrol, quick, perfunctory, just the main hall, in and out. I picked up the lantern, took a deep breath, opened the door. The hall was bathed in faint gray light, shadows retreating. Safer. I walked to the center, looked around, empty, stone, wood, dust. I allowed myself to glance at the first mirror, my reflection, tired, relieved. The second mirror, my reflection, and behind it, near the archway to the kitchen, a single figure, the man in the dark coat, standing alone, watching my reflection. His hand was no longer pointing. It was extended, palm up, an offering, an entreaty. My breath hitched. Ignore it. Last patrol. 5 minutes. I turned towards the staircase for the final log note and saw it. On the third step up, a small wooden box, plain, unvarnished, about the size of a shoebox. It hadn't been there before. Impossible. I'd walked past these stairs a dozen times. It was just there. Thorne's voice, cold and final. Do not touch. Do not enter rooms unnecessarily. Do not engage. The box sat there, innocent, waiting. The man in the mirror behind me didn't move. His palm remained upturned. My feet moved, not towards the kitchen, towards the stairs. One step up, the air grew colder. Another step. The smell of stone dust intensified, mixed with something else. Old paper, dry flowers, cold earth. I stood on the second step. The box was on the third. I could see the grain of the wood. Simple, handmade. The logbook said, do not engage. The contract said, observation only. But Thorne hadn't mentioned boxes appearing on stairs. What was in it? A key to the upper floors? To understanding? A letter? An explanation? A relic? The man in the mirror watched. His dark eyes held no threat, only profound aching sadness and a desperate, silent plea. My hand lifted, not reaching for the box. Not yet. reaching for the small round pocket mirror I always carried, a habit from a childhood of checking for spinach in my teeth, a talisman of normalcy. I pulled it out, flipped it open, held it up, angling it to see the box on the step above me. The mirror showed the third step. Empty. The box wasn't there. I lowered the pocket mirror, looked up with my own eyes. The box sat on the third step. Plain, unvarnished, real. I raised the pocket mirror again. Empty step, lowered it. Box. The dissonance was a physical blow. Which was real? The physical step or the reflection? Thorne's words. Focus on the physical. Reality. The physical reality said the box was there. The reflection said it wasn't. Which truth did I trust? My hand, slick with sweat, lowered a pocket mirror completely. I looked at the box. Then, slowly, deliberately, I reached out. My fingers brushed the rough wood. It was cold, solid. I lifted it. It was lighter than expected, hollow. There was no latch, just a simple, snug-fitting lid. I looked back at the main hall mirror. The man in the dark coat was gone. The hall behind my reflection was empty. Just me on the stairs, holding the box. The murmuring began again, not loud. A soft susurration, like dry leaves skittering on stone, coming from inside the box. I sat down on the second step, the box cradled in my lap. The lantern light flickered. I opened the lid. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, lay a single object, a small ornate hand mirror, silver frame, tarnished black. The glass was cloudy, ancient. I picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, cold as grave soil. Hesitantly, I turned it towards my face. The cloudy glass cleared. It didn't show my reflection. It showed the grand staircase behind me. Packed, floored a vaulted ceiling with the crowd, thousands of them now, silent, still, every face turned towards me, towards the small mirror I held, and in the very center of the throng, on the landing above, stood the man in the dark coat. He wasn't looking at the mirror. He was looking directly at me. Through the glass, through the veil. His lips moved. No sound came from the box. But in the sudden, absolute silence of the hall, in the space behind my own eyes, I heard the words, clear and cold and final as a tomb sealing shut. Witness. The word wasn't a command. It was an absolution, a purpose, a life sentence, I understood. The Viridian estate wasn't haunted by the dead. It was haunted by the unwitnessed, the forgotten, the erased, the lives lived and lost without a single soul to say, I saw you, you were here. They weren't trapped in the house was their monument, and the mirrors, they weren't windows to another world, they were pleas, begging for acknowledgement, begging to be seen, begging for a witness. My job wasn't security, it was ministry. The $30,500 wasn't payment, it was a retainer. I looked down at the small silver mirror in my hand. My reflection was gone. Only the crowd remained, their silent faces a sea of longing. I closed the lid of the box, stood up, walked back down the stairs, not to the kitchen, to the main hall mirror. I stood before it, took a deep breath of the cold, stone-scented air, and looked. The crowd filled the hall, waiting. I met the eyes of the man in the dark coat, and I nodded, a single, solemn dip of my chin. Yes, a sigh seemed to ripple through the reflection, a softening, a release. The man in the coat bowed his head, just slightly. In my pocket, the voice recorder felt heavy. Unnecessary. I wouldn't need it anymore. My logbook entries would change. No more anomaly, no more disoriented. Just 06, Rouse, witness, confirmed. I turned from the mirror, the small silver hand mirror warm now in my grasp, and walked towards the kitchen, not to hide, but to prepare. The cot would stay. The canned stew would be eaten. The patrols would continue. But my purpose was clear. I would watch. I would see. I would witness. And every night, when the lantern light flickered on the glass, I would look, not away, but in, and I would count them one by one until they were all seen, until the last forgotten face found its reflection. The crowd would wait, and I, Arthur Ellis, the hired observer, the accidental witness, would stand sentinel in the empty mansion, filled at last with the silent, grateful dead. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The old woman in my mirror says she used to be me. It started with the eyes, not mine. Not the tired, bloodshot eyes I'd see after another sleepless night, scrolling through job boards, staring at the ceiling, wondering where the last 5 years had vanished. No, this was different. It was the eyes in the bathroom mirror the morning after I moved into the little attic apartment above Mrs. Henderson's bakery. The listing had been vague. Cozy garret, city views, includes utilities. The reality was a single room under a steeply slanted roof, painted a faded lavender that peeled in long, sad strips, furnished with a narrow bed, a rickety table, and a scarred dresser, topped with a large ornate mirror framed in tarnished silver. The mirror was the only thing of any character in the place, its surface slightly cloudy, the silvering on the edges darkened with age like old bruises. Mrs. Henderson, a tiny woman with flour perpetually dusting her apron and eyes that held the sharpness of 1,000 kneaded loaves, had merely shrugged when I asked about it. Been there since my mother's time, always gave folks the shivers, but it's just glass and silver, dear, nothing to it. She'd bustled off to her ovens, leaving me alone with the mirror and the unsettling feeling that it was watching me unpack my life, box by box, into this cramped space. That first morning, bleary-eyed and nursing a cheap coffee from the mug she'd provided, I glanced up at the mirror while brushing my teeth. My reflection stared back. The usual messy bun, the dark circles like smudges of charcoal, the faint lines of worry already etching themselves around my mouth at 28. But for a split second, just as I spat into the sink, the eyes, they weren't mine. They were older, much older, deep-set, hooded by crepey lids, the irises a faded gray-blue, clouded with, what, sorrow? Resignation? And they held a knowingness, a weary depth, that my own eyes, still bright, with flickers of unspent hope despite the grind, could never possess. I blinked, hard. The eyes were mine again, just tired, just stressed. The city view through the grimy window was a wall of brick 3 feet away. Of course I was seeing things. Jet lag from the cross-country move, maybe. Lack of sleep. I finished getting ready and headed out, trying to shake the lingering chill that had nothing to do with the draft whistling through the ill-fitting window. It happened again that night. I was washing my face, leaning close to the mirror to get the stubborn smudge of mascara from the corner of my eye. The steam from the hot water fogged the edges of the glass, but the center, where my face was, remained clear. As I straightened up, water dripping from my chin, my gaze met my reflections. And again, the eyes were wrong, older, heavier, and this time the mouth. The corners were turned down in a subtle, permanent frown I didn't recognize on my own face. A tremor went through me. I stepped back, turning off the tap. The reflection mimicked me, but the eyes stayed ancient, watching me with that unnerving, patient sadness. I shook my head, muttering, "Get a grip, Lena," and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. The image lingered behind my eyelids, those old eyes in my young face. The third time, I was sure I was losing it. It was late, after another fruitless day of interviews that ended with polite, hollow smiles. I stood in the dim light of a single bare bulb, staring at my reflection, feeling the familiar cocktail of exhaustion and despair. My shoulders slumped. My reflection slumped with me. But then it didn't stop. My reflection kept slumping, its posture becoming more stooped, its neck seeming to lengthen and wrinkle. The skin on its face seemed to sag, deepening the lines around its eyes and mouth into canyons of weariness. My own hand flew to my cheek, smooth, firm, but a reflection's cheek was hollowed, mapped with fine lines. And the eyes, those gray-blue eyes, clouded and ancient, stared back at me with an expression of profound, aching familiarity. Not malice, not menace, just recognition and a deep, bone-deep sorrow. "Hello, Lena," the reflection whispered. Its voice wasn't a sound in the room. It was a vibration in my own skull, dry as dead leaves scraping on stone, yet utterly clear. It held the rasp of decades, the weight of countless sighs. "It's been a long time coming." I stumbled back, knocking over the rickety chair with a clatter that echoed in the small room. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. What are you?" I choked out, my voice trembling. The reflection, the old woman, didn't move her lips. The voice came again, resonating inside my head. "I'm you, child. Or rather, I'm what you will be, what you are, if you keep walking the path you're on." She raised a hand slowly, a hand that in the reflection was spotted with age, the knuckles swollen, the skin thin as parchment. It mirrored my own gesture of raising a hand in shock, but the details were all wrong, all aged. You see the exhaustion. You feel the hope slipping away grain by grain like sand through your fingers. Every rejection, every closed door, every night staring at that ceiling, it's carving me into you, slowly, inevitably. "You're not real," I shouted, the sound harsh in the silence. "You're just stress, hallucination." A dry, humorless chuckle echoed in my mind. "Am I? Look closer. Look at the lines around your eyes, the tension in your jaw, the way your shoulders hunch even when you're not thinking about it. That's me, Lena. That's the beginning of me. The world is grinding you down, shaping you, and I am the shape it makes." She leaned forward slightly in the mirror, her ancient eyes boring into mine with terrifying intimacy. I remember this room. I remember this feeling, the crushing weight of maybe tomorrow, the slow erosion of dreams into mere survival. I lived it, every bitter minute. Tears pricked my eyes, hot and sudden, not just from fear, but from the horrifying truth in her words. The despair I'd been holding at bay, the constant low hum of anxiety about rent, about the future, about becoming invisible. It all surged up, threatening to drown me. "I don't want to be you," I whispered, the words raw. The old woman's expression softened just a fraction. The clouded eyes held a flicker of something. Pity? Regret? "Nobody chooses it, child. It just happens. One day you look in the mirror and realize the young woman is gone, and I'm all that's left, worn thin, used up." She paused, the silence heavy with the unspoken years. "But it doesn't have to be this way, not yet." Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, unfurled in my chest. How How do I stop it? You have to fight, the voice rasped, urgency cutting through the weariness. Not just for a job, for yourself, for the joy, for the spark they're trying to grind out of you. Stop letting the world define your worth by its empty metrics. Find something that makes your soul sing, even if it's small, even if it's just noticing the light on the brick wall in the morning. Stop waiting for tomorrow to be better. Make today matter, even in a tiny way, or her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. You'll wake up one morning, and I'll be the only one looking back at you, and you won't even remember her. The image in the mirror began to fade, the lines softening, the posture straightening, the ancient eyes slowly, reluctantly, resolving back into my own tired 28-year-old gaze. The internal voice faded with it, leaving only the frantic thudding of my heart and the distant hum of the city. I stood there for a long time, staring at my own reflection, searching my eyes for any trace of that ancient sorrow. They looked like mine again, but the memory of those clouded gray-blue irises, the feel of that bone-deep weariness projected onto my own skin, was seared into my mind. I tried to follow her advice. I took walks, forcing myself to notice the stubborn dandelions pushing through cracks in the sidewalk, the way the afternoon sun turned the bakery's steam vents into golden halos. I started writing again, just for myself, late at night. Messy, unstructured words that weren't for a resume or an application, but for the sheer forgotten pleasure of stringing sentences together. I said yes to a coffee with an old friend I'd been avoiding because I felt like a failure. Small things, tiny acts of rebellion against the slow grind. For a few days, the mirror was just a mirror. My reflection was tired, yes, but it was me. The eyes held their usual flicker of worry, but also a new, tentative spark. Hope, fragile but present. Then came the night I got the final rejection email. From the last place I'd pinned any real hope on, the one that felt like it could have been a lifeline. The email was polite, generic, a death knell wrapped in corporate jargon. I crumpled onto the narrow bed, the despair crashing over me in a cold, suffocating wave. It felt like the end of something, the end of trying, the end of me. I must have dozed off, exhausted by the emotional storm. I woke to darkness, disoriented. The single bulb was off. The only light came from the street lamp outside, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. And the mirror. The mirror was glowing with a faint, internal luminescence, like moonlight on old glass. I sat up slowly, dread coiling in my stomach. I knew what I would see. She was there, fully formed, not a glimpse, not a momentary shift. The old woman, her face was a roadmap of every disappointment, every sleepless night, every unshed tear. Deep grooves ran from her nose to the corners of her thin, pale lips. Her skin was papery, hanging loosely on her skull. Her hair, pulled back severely, was pure white, thin and wispy. But her eyes, those gray-blue eyes, were wide open, fixed on me with an intensity that stole my breath. They weren't sad anymore. They were desperate, terrified. "You're slipping, Lena," the voice hissed inside my skull, sharper, more urgent than before. It crackled with the dryness of autumn leaves, but beneath it was pure panic. "You're letting go. I can feel it. The shape is hardening. The path is set." She pressed a trembling, age-spotted hand against the inside of the glass. It left a faint, greasy smear. "Look at me. Is this what you want? To become this hollow shell, waiting for the days to pass, counting the heartbeats until the end. Remember the spark. Remember the words you wrote. Remember the dandelion. Tears streamed down my face, hot and silent. The weight of the rejection, the accumulated fatigue, the sheer effort of hope felt crushing. "It's too hard," I whispered aloud, my voice breaking. "It's all too hard." "It's only hard because you're doing it alone," the voice cried, the panic rising. "Reach out, fight, live, or you'll be trapped here with me forever." She beat her frail fist weakly against the glass. The sound was muffled, pathetic, but a vibration shivered through my bones. "I don't want to be alone in here, but if you give up, you'll join me, and there's no coming back." The sheer, raw terror in her voice, the terror of an eternity spent as this weary, diminished echo, cut through my despair like a knife. This wasn't just about a job. This was about my soul, my very essence. She was the ghost of my potential, chained to this mirror by my own surrender. I scrambled off the bed, not towards the door, but toward the small desk where my notebook lay open to a half-finished, hopeful paragraph. I picked up the pen, my hand shaking. I didn't write about jobs or resumes. I wrote about the dandelion, about the golden steam, about the taste of Mrs. Henderson's slightly burnt but perfect croissant that morning, about the feeling of the pen scratching on paper, a tiny act of creation in a world that demanded consumption. I wrote for myself, for the spark. As I wrote, the luminescence in the mirror began to dim. The old woman's frantic expression softened, replaced by a weary gratitude. She didn't vanish. She was still there in the reflection, but the lines seemed less like canyons and more like weathering. The terror in her eyes receded, leaving only that deep, familiar sadness, but now mixed with a fragile thread of hope. She gave the faintest nod, so slight I might have imagined it. Then, slowly, deliberately, she raised her hand again, not to pound, but to gently trace the outline of my younger face in the glass, her ancient eyes holding mine with a love that was both heartbreaking and profoundly protective, a silent promise. "I am here. I am you. But you don't have to become me yet." I kept writing, all night. The street lamp outside faded as dawn approached. When the first gray light touched the brick wall, I finally looked up. The mirror reflected only my own face, pale and exhausted, but my eyes held a new steadiness, and in their depths, just for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of that same gray-blue, not as a threat, but as a reminder, a guardian, a warning etched in the very fabric of my being. I still live in the attic. Mrs. Henderson still bakes her bread. The mirror still hangs above the dresser, its silver frame tarnished, its surface slightly cloudy. But I don't fear it anymore. I understand it. Most days it just shows me Lena, tired, yes, but fighting, working a temp job, yes, but also writing, connecting, noticing the light. The spark is small, but it's mine, and it's enough. But on the hardest days, when the rejections pile up or the loneliness bites deep, I catch a glimpse. Not a full transformation, just a fleeting shadow in my reflection's eyes, a deeper line around the mouth, a momentary stoop in the shoulders that isn't mine, a silent question hanging in the air between us. "Are you slipping?" And I straighten my back. I take a deep breath. I find the dandelion. I write the words. Because the old woman in the mirror isn't just a ghost of the future. She's the part of me that remembers the cost of surrender, and she's counting on the part of me that still believes in the spark to keep us both alive. She used to be me, and if I'm not careful, I will be her. But not today. Not yet. The fight isn't just for a future. It's for the soul staring back at me in the glass right now, and I won't let her down. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The town's cemetery has no graves, but I keep hearing screams underground. My therapist, a woman with a kind face and a voice as soft as felt, called it a geographical cure. The idea that a change of scenery could somehow cauterize the gaping wound in my life. I didn't have the heart to tell her that my grief wasn't a geographical problem. It was a parasitic entity that had taken up residence behind my eyes, and it would pack a bag and come with me wherever I went. Still, the thought of leaving the city, with its million tiny ghosts of a life I'd once shared with my wife Anna, was a compelling one. So I packed my laptop, a few boxes of books, and the metaphorical suitcase full of sorrow, and drove north. The town I chose was called Havenwood. I'd found it on a list of America's most quaint and quiet towns, a bit of online clickbait that suddenly felt like a lifeline. The picture showed a postcard-perfect hamlet nestled in a valley of rolling green hills, a place that looked like it had been put under a glass dome sometime in the 1950s and forgotten about. It was exactly the kind of anesthetic silence I was looking for, and for the first week, it was. I rented a small, furnished cottage at the edge of town, a place that smelled of lemon polish and old wood. The locals were friendly in a cautious, practiced way. They smiled from behind the counters of the general store and the single-pump gas station, their eyes holding a placid, almost unnerving calm. It was a town that seemed to be holding its breath, perpetually waiting for a storm that never came. It was on a walk, during that hazy liminal hour between dusk and true night, that I found the cemetery. It lay on a gentle slope just west of the town, surrounded by a magnificent wrought iron fence that was a masterpiece of Gothic curlicues and spear points. The gate was a grand arched affair with the words Havenwood Memorial Green forged into the iron. I pushed it open, the hinges groaning a low, mournful protest, and stepped inside. The air within the gates was different, cooler, heavier. The grass was a perfect emerald carpet, impossibly lush and manicured, rolling over the soft contours of the hill. Ancient, weeping willows stood like silent, grieving giants, their branches stirring in a breeze I couldn't feel. It was beautiful, and it was profoundly wrong. There were no graves, not a single headstone, no marble angels, no granite crosses, no humble, weathered markers. There were no raised mounds of earth, no flower arrangements, no tiny flags. It was a park, a beautiful, empty, and utterly soulless park that called itself a cemetery. I walked the entire perimeter, my footsteps unnaturally loud on the pristine lawn, a growing sense of dislocation crawling up my spine. A cemetery is a place of names, of dates, of remembrance etched in stone. This place was a blank page, a void. I was standing near the center of the green, watching the last vestiges of sunset bleed across the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, so faint I almost missed it. A high, thin sound, like a distant siren or the cry of a hawk. I tilted my head, straining to hear it over the blood rushing in my own ears. The sound came again, and this time There was no mistaking it. It was a voice, a human voice, stretched and distorted by distance and desperation. It was a scream, and it was coming from the ground beneath my feet. I froze, my body going rigid. The sound was gone as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a silence that was now charged with a terrible, new significance. It had to be the wind, an animal. My mind, raw and frayed from months of grief, was playing tricks on me. I told myself this, repeated it like a mantra as I backed away from the center of the lawn, my eyes wide, scanning the empty, perfect grass. I didn't stop walking until the iron gate clanged shut behind me, the sound echoing in the twilight like a cell door locking. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. My cottage was old, the pipes probably groaned. The woods were full of foxes and bobcats whose cries could sound unnervingly human. But the memory of the sound, its specific human tenor of agony, was a fishhook in my mind. I went into town for coffee, needing the comforting banality of human interaction. The diner was a small, bright place called the Morning Glory, and the woman behind the counter, a middle-aged lady named Brenda with a beehive of impossibly blonde hair, slid a mug in front of me with a practiced, friendly smile. "You're the writer, aren't you?" she asked, her voice cheerful. "Renting the old Miller place." News traveled fast in Havenwood. "That's me," I said, forcing a smile in return. "Leo Vance." "Brenda, welcome to Havenwood. Hope you're finding the peace and quiet you were looking for." Her smile was so open, so genuine, that I felt a surge of courage. "I am. It's a beautiful town. I was walking by the cemetery last night, the Memorial Green." Brenda's smile didn't falter, but something in her eyes tightened, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. The light behind them dimmed for a fraction of a second. "Oh, yes, our green," she said, her voice a little too bright. "Isn't it lovely? So much nicer than a field full of sad old stones, don't you think?" "It's certainly unique," I said, choosing my words carefully. "I've never seen a cemetery without any graves before. What do you do? Cremation?" She wiped down a perfectly clean section of the counter. "We don't believe in dwelling on the end, Mr. Vance. We believe in celebrating life. When someone passes, their spirit is freed, returned to the valley. The green is a place for quiet reflection on that freedom. It's a place for life, not death." The answer was so polished, so rehearsed. It was like she was reading from a town brochure. It was a neat, tidy deflection that answered nothing at all. I wanted to press, to ask her if she'd ever heard strange noises there, but the look in her eyes, a sudden hard glint of warning behind the friendly facade, stopped me. "Don't ask," the look said. "You don't want to know." I couldn't stay away. The Memorial Green drew me back that evening, a moth to a flame I knew would burn me. This time, I was prepared. I brought a high-powered directional microphone, a relic from my brief, ill-fated foray into podcasting. I sat on a stone bench just inside the gates, the headphones pressed tight against my ears, and pointed the microphone at the center of the lawn. For an hour, there was nothing but the soft, rustling sound of the willow leaves and the low, ambient hum of a world settling down for the night. I was starting to feel foolish, a paranoid man chasing auditory ghosts. Then, through the headphones, the sound erupted. It wasn't a single scream this time. It was a chorus, a cacophony of voices, muffled and overlapping, rising from the earth. They were faint, but the microphone amplified them, bringing their horror into sharp, terrifying focus. I could distinguish individual voices now, a woman weeping hysterically, a man shouting a single, guttural word over and over again, and a child crying for its mother. They weren't ghosts. They weren't echoes. They were the sounds of living people in unbearable agony. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the microphone. I ripped the headphones off, my heart jackhammering against my ribs. The sounds vanished, replaced by the placid evening quiet. The disconnect was dizzying, schizophrenic. The serene, beautiful park, and the charnel house of sound that existed just beneath its surface. My journalistic instincts, dormant for so long, roared back to life, fueled by a potent cocktail of terror and outrage. This was not a haunting. This was a crime, a monstrous, ongoing crime, hidden beneath a blanket of perfect green grass. The Havenwood Town Library was a small brick building that smelled of dust and decaying paper. The librarian was a man named Mr. Abernathy, a creature who seemed to have been grown in the dark, dusty stacks he inhabited. He was impossibly old and thin, with skin like parchment stretched over a bird skull, and he watched me with watery, faded blue eyes as I browsed the meager local history section. The official town histories were useless, filled with the same kind of bland, cheerful prose as Brenda's explanation. They spoke of founding fathers, harvest festivals, and a strong, resilient community. But in the back, in a section of brittle, leather-bound ledgers containing the town's vital records, I found the first crack in the story. The ledgers recorded every birth, every marriage, every death in Havenwood since its founding in the late 1700s. I started with the most recent and worked my way back. The death records were meticulously kept. Cause of death, next of kin, place of burial, and up until 1923, every single entry for place of burial read Havenwood Cemetery. Then, in the autumn of 1973, they just stopped. The deaths were still recorded, a flu here, a heart attack there, but the place of burial column was left starkly, uniformly blank. From that point on, for nearly 100 years, not a single burial was recorded in the town of Havenwood. I cross-referenced the date with the old bound copies of the Havenwood Valley Chronicle. The issues from the summer of 1923 were full of the usual small-town news. Then, in late September, the tone shifted. There was a small cryptic article on the front page about a virulent, fast-moving sickness that had taken hold in the town. The article was vague, with no mention of symptoms or official diagnoses. The following week's edition was thinner, half its usual size. It mentioned the deaths of several prominent citizens, including the town doctor. And then the newspaper stopped. The next available issue was from the spring of 1924, and it was like reading a paper from a different town. The tone was relentlessly optimistic. There were articles about a new town charter, about the founding of the memorial green on the site of the old cemetery, a place to look forward, not back. There was no mention of the sickness, no list of the dead. The intervening months had been surgically excised from the town's history. The name that kept appearing in the pre-1923 records was Blackwood. The Blackwood family had founded Havenwood. They had owned the iron mine that had been the town's lifeblood for a century. I found a photograph of the family from around 1920. At its center was the patriarch, Hezekiah Blackwood, a man with a severe black beard, and eyes that seemed to burn with a cold, fanatical fire. He looked like an Old Testament prophet, a man who would not suffer fools or sinners. The Blackwood iron mine, according to the records, had closed for good in October of 1923, the same month the burials had stopped. As my investigation deepened, the town's subtle hostility began to coalesce around me. The friendly smiles became fixed and glassy. Conversations would stop when I entered a general store. I'd feel their eyes on my back as I walked down the street. The quiet of the town was no longer peaceful. It was watchful. The phenomena in my cottage began. It started with small things. A book I'd left on the table would be on the floor. The faucet in the bathroom would be dripping, even though I knew I'd turned it off tightly. Then came the whispers, faint, sibilant sounds from the corners of the rooms, just on the edge of my hearing. They sounded like the rustling of dry leaves, but they had a cadence, a rhythm, like a hushed, urgent conversation I couldn't quite make out. One night, I woke up from a nightmare I couldn't remember, my body drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I could see my breath in the moonlight slanting through the window, and in the corner of the room there was a patch of darkness that was blacker than the surrounding shadows. It seemed to pulse, to breathe. As I watched, paralyzed with a primal pre-verbal terror, a single, pale, skeletal hand emerged from the darkness, reaching towards me, its fingers twitching. I cried out and threw myself back against a headboard, and the darkness and the hand vanished. I was being warned. The message was clear. Stop digging. But I couldn't. The thought of those voices of that child crying for its mother made it impossible to stop. I found an old hand-drawn geological survey map of the valley in the library archives, a map that Mr. Abernathy had seemed reluctant to show me. It confirmed my growing, horrifying suspicion. The Blackwood iron mine was a sprawling network of tunnels, and they ran directly and extensively beneath the perfect green lawn of the Memorial Green. It was a man the locals called Old Man Hemlock who gave me the final, jagged piece of the puzzle. He was a recluse who lived in a shack deep in the woods, a man the town treated as a harmless eccentric. I found him sitting on his porch, carving a piece of wood with a gnarled, steady hand. His eyes, when he looked up at me, were surprisingly clear and sane. "You're the fella asking questions," he said. It wasn't a question. "I am," I said, my heart pounding. "Some holes are best left unfilled," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dirt. "You hear 'em, don't you? The hungry ones?" "What are they?" I whispered. "What happened here?" He looked out toward the distant green slope of the cemetery. "That ain't a sickness that took this town in 23, he said, his voice dropping even lower. "That was a reckoning. Hezekiah Blackwood, he didn't dig for iron in that hill. He was digging for something else, something older than the hills themselves. He made a pact for prosperity, for longevity, a fountain of youth watered by tears." My blood ran cold. "What kind of pact?" "The kind that demands a price," Hemlock said. "A tithe. The earth gives, but the earth must be fed. The sickness was a lie to cover the first payment. They didn't die, not really. Hezekiah, he and his chosen, they took the sick, the weak, the old, and they put them in the tunnels, alive, an offering to keep the darkness in the ground happy." I stared at him, my mind reeling, trying to process the sheer Lovecraftian horror of his words. This wasn't a mass grave. It was a larder, a subterranean prison farm of human suffering, the impossible, vibrant health of the town, its placid calm, its unnatural resistance to the decay of the outside world. It was all being paid for by the screams of the damned. The townspeople, I started. They're the descendants, he finished, for me, the jailers. They live their long, happy lives on top of a symphony of agony, every one of them, and they know the rules. The pact must be honored. The tithe must be paid. He looked me straight in the eye, his gaze sharp and piercing. And you hear that bell in the town square? That ain't a church bell. It's rung when one of them is near the end. It's a dinner bell. Lets the hungry ones know a new resident is on the way. Keeps the cycle going. A wave of nausea washed over me. I thought of Brenda's hard, warning eyes, the watchful silence of the town. This wasn't just a secret. It was a religion. A monstrous, secret-draped religion of human sacrifice. I knew then that my time in Havenwood was running out. I was no longer just a curious outsider. I was a threat. I had uncovered the rotten foundational truth of their perfect little town, and they would not, could not, let me leave with that knowledge. My digging had disturbed a quiet order of things, and the pact, I suspected, demanded balance. The realization that I was the new tithe came with the ringing of the bell. I was in my cottage, frantically packing a bag, my hand shaking so badly I could barely zip it. The sun was setting, painting the sky in bloody, apocalyptic hues. And then it began, a low, resonant bong that echoed through the valley. It was the bell from the town square. Bong. It was a slow, deliberate tolling. It was a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but deep in the bones of the earth. Bong. It wasn't a funeral bell. It was a summons. I looked out the window. In the twilight, I could see figures emerging from the houses down the street. They moved with a slow, calm, inexorable purpose, and they were all walking in my direction. Their faces, what I could see of them, were blank, their friendly masks stripped away to reveal the grim, determined faces of executioners. I fled out the back door and into the woods. The forest, once a place of quiet solace, was now a labyrinth of grasping shadows and menacing shapes. I could hear them behind me, not crashing through the undergrowth, but moving with an unnerving, practiced silence. They knew these woods. This was their hunting ground. My only hope, my only conceivable path of escape, was to circle around a town. But as I ran, the tolling of the bell seemed to guide my pursuers, its resonant waves a form of sonar pinpointing my location. I stumbled out of the woods and onto the road, and my heart sank. I was on the western edge of town. I had run in a circle, and right in front of me, its iron gates gaping open like the maw of some great beast, was the memorial green. They were waiting for me. A semicircle of townspeople stood at the gate, their faces illuminated in the cold white light of a single bare bulb that hung over the entrance. Brenda from the diner was there, the gas station attendant, Mr. Abernathy, the librarian, looking more like a vulture than ever. They weren't holding weapons in the traditional sense. They were holding shovels, ropes, and thick canvas sacks. There was nowhere to run. They advanced on me, their movements slow and ritualistic. I was herded like a sheep to the slaughter through the gates and onto the perfect emerald grass. The bell continued its slow, hypnotic tolling, And as I was pushed towards the center of the green, the screams from below began to rise, louder and more insistent than ever before, as if in hungry, terrible anticipation. I was thrown to the ground, the air knocked from my lungs. I saw Brenda's face above me, her expression not one of malice, but of a grim, sorrowful necessity. "The pact must be honored," she said, her voice a flat, dead thing. "The valley must be fed." But as they pinned my arms and legs, a different sound cut through the air, a grating, metallic shriek. One of the men was using a heavy iron key to unlock something in the ground. A section of the perfect lawn I now saw was not lawn at all. It was a masterfully concealed trapdoor, a sod-covered slab of iron. As they heaved it open, a wave of cold, foul air washed over me, a charnel house stench of damp earth, decay, and profound ancient despair. It was the gateway to hell, and below, in the Stygian darkness, I could see a faint, shifting, phosphorescent glimmer, and I could hear the wet, scrabbling sounds of things moving in that final, desperate moment as they prepared to throw me into the pit. My mind, sharpened by pure terror, found an escape route. It wasn't a route for my body, but for my story, my phone. I had been recording my conversation with Old Man Hemlock, and the phone was still in my pocket, still connected to the cloud. With a final adrenaline-fueled surge, I twisted my body and managed to get a hand into my pocket. My fingers closed around the smooth, cool glass of the phone. I didn't have time to do anything else. As they lifted me, swinging me over the open pit, I hit the live stream button on a social media app I hadn't used in years. I didn't know if I had a signal. I didn't know if it would work. It was a final, desperate message in a bottle, thrown into the digital ocean. The last thing I saw before they let me go was the screen of my phone, flickering to life, the red live icon glowing like a single defiant drop of blood in the darkness. Then I was falling. The fall was short, a jarring impact that sent a bolt of agony through my leg. I landed on a floor of cold, damp, packed earth. The trapdoor slammed shut above me, plunging me into an absolute disorienting blackness. The bell had stopped. The air was thick, suffocating, and filled with the deafening, echoing symphony of the damned. The screams were all around me now, a physical pressure against my eardrums. My phone had survived the fall. Its screen was cracked, but the light from it cut a weak, pathetic beam into the oppressive dark. I scrambled back, pressing myself against a rough stone wall, and held the phone out like a sword. The light illuminated a scene from a madman's fever dream. I was in a wide circular chamber, the central hub of the mine, and from the dozens of tunnels that radiated outwards from the chamber, they were coming. They were no longer human. The decades, the century of being trapped in the living dark, had twisted and reshaped them. They were pale, desiccated things. Their skin stretched thin and translucent over their skeletal frames. Their hair was long and white and wispy, and their fingernails had grown into yellowed, curving talons that scraped against the stone floor. But their eyes were the worst part. They had no pupils, no irises. They were just two faintly glowing milky white orbs that stared at me with an expression of eternal, ravenous agony. They were the hungry ones, and I was the offering. They shuffled towards me, a slow, inexorable tide of living death, their mouths open in silent screams, their clawed hands reaching. My own scream was a raw, ragged tear in my throat. I was going to die here. I was going to be torn apart and consumed, and then I was going to become one of them, my own voice added to the subterranean chorus for all eternity. But as the first one reached me, its glowing eyes inches from my face, its breath a foul, grave-like exhalation, the light from my phone flickered across its face. It flinched. It recoiled from the light, raising a skeletal hand to shield its eyes, and let out a high-pitched, hissing shriek. The light, they were creatures of the absolute dark. The light hurt them. Hope, a wild, impossible thing, flared in my chest. I turned the phone's flashlight function on, and the beam, though weak, was like a searchlight in the Stygian gloom. I swept it across the chamber, and the advancing tide of figures fell back, hissing and shielding their faces, a writhing mass of pale limbs and glowing eyes. It bought me a moment. I scrambled to my feet, my injured leg screaming in protest, and chose a tunnel at random, plunging into the darkness, using my phone as both a light and a shield. The tunnel was narrow, claustrophobic, the walls slick with a damp, foul-smelling slime. I could hear them behind me, their shuffling, scraping pursuit echoing in the confined space. I ran, stumbling, falling, my body a symphony of pain and terror. The tunnel twisted and turned, and every new corner threatened to reveal a dead end. The battery on my phone was at 7%. The light began to flicker, my shield against the encroaching dark growing weaker with every passing second. And then I saw it. Faintly, at the far end of the tunnel, a different kind of light. A small square patch of gray. Air. It was an old ventilation shaft, long forgotten, choked with weeds and roots, but it was a way out. The battery on my phone died. I was plunged back into absolute blackness, and the things behind me surged forward, their hissing growing louder. I ran the last few yards in the dark, my arms outstretched, and threw myself at the square of light. I clawed at the dirt and the roots, my fingers bleeding, and pulled myself up, inch by agonizing inch, into the narrow vertical shaft. I could feel their talons scraping at the heels of my boots, but I kept climbing, pulling myself up towards the sky. I burst out of the ground into the cool, clean air of the deep woods, gasping and sobbing, covered in filth and blood. I was miles from the memorial green on the far side of the hill. I didn't look back. I just ran until the woods gave way to a highway, and I flagged down the first passing truck, a terrified, babbling madman who had just clawed his way out of his own grave. My live stream had worked. For 17 terrifying minutes, the world had watched a shaky, flickering feed of a man being thrown into a pit and then pursued by impossible creatures through a dark tunnel, his screams mingling with the screams of 100 others. The feed cut out, but it was enough. By the time the state police, spurred on by a viral video that was being called the most elaborate horror hoax ever staged, arrived in Havenwood, the town was empty. The houses were abandoned, as if the residents had simply vanished into thin air. They found a trap door in the memorial green. They found the tunnels. They found the bones of those who had crumbled to dust, and they found the others, the ones who still moved. The authorities have sealed the mine, and the official story is a bizarre, convoluted tale of a forgotten, isolated cult. No one wants to believe the truth. I am in a hospital now. They tell me I'm lucky to be alive. They are treating my physical wounds, but they have no cure for the wounds on my soul. My phone was recovered, its data intact. The recording of Old Man Hemlock, the live stream, the photos of the blank perfect cemetery, I have my proof. but it has cost me my sanity. Because sometimes, late at night, in the sterile, quiet dark of my hospital room, I can still hear them. It's faint, just on the edge of my hearing, a muffled, desperate chorus. The screams have followed me, or maybe I've just finally learned to hear the sounds of all the other hidden places in the world, the places built on secrets and suffering. Maybe the whole world is a cemetery with no graves, and I am doomed to be the only one who can hear the screaming. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The abandoned school still takes attendance every morning. The flyer was taped to a telephone pole at the edge of town, fluttering in the November wind like a trapped moth. Custodian needed. Blackwood Elementary, immediate. $25 No questions. Cash. Inquire after dark. No address. Just Blackwood. Everyone in Cedar Hollow knew what that meant. The old school. The one that burned mostly in '87. The one they never rebuilt. The one the county sealed with chain link and razor wire, then quietly forgot. But the flyer had a phone number, a landline, unlisted. I called from a payphone outside the gas station. A man answered on the first ring, voice dry, gravelly, with the slow cadence of someone used to being obeyed. You want the job? Yes. You'll work nights. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 5 nights a week. You sweep, you mop, you check the lights. You do not go into the auditorium after midnight. You do not answer if the bell rings. You do not speak to the children. A pause, long enough for the wind to howl through the receiver. And if you hear the roll call, you stay in the boiler room until it's done. I didn't ask what roll call. I needed the money. My daughter's inhaler wasn't covered. The clinic said 3 weeks for the referral. She couldn't wait 3 weeks. I'll take it. Be at the West Gate, 9:55. Don't be late. Blackwood Elementary didn't loom. It waited. A 2-story brick monolith, its windows shattered or boarded with plywood blackened by soot. The front steps were cracked, weeds forcing through like broken teeth. The flagpole stood bare, rust bleeding down its shaft. And the fence, 12 feet of chain link crowned with spirals of concertina wire, was breached in one place, a section near the old gym, bent outward just enough for a man to slip through. At 9:54 p.m., I stood there, breath fogging in the cold. The gate groaned open from the inside. No one stood there, just an empty path of cracked asphalt, lined with dead oaks, leading to a side door marked Maintenance. It swung inward as I approached. Inside the air was thick, not with smoke or decay, but with chalk. The dry mineral scent of it mixed with old paper, linoleum polish, and something faintly sweet, like apples left to rot in a desk drawer. A man stood in the dim glow of a single bare bulb. Mr. Greeley. He was tall, gaunt, dressed in a brown janitor's jumpsuit 2 sizes too large, the name tag faded to a ghostly G. Lee. His face was long, pallid, cheeks hollowed, eyes sunken and dark-rimmed. He held a ring of keys and a clipboard. Name, he said, not, what's your name? Just, name. Daniel Reeves. He didn't write it down, just stared, as if testing the weight of it in his mouth. You'll start in the West Wing, classrooms 1 through 8, sweep, mop, empty the trash, though there won't be any, check the lights, report flickers. Do not touch the desks. Do not sit in the chairs. Do not look at the blackboards. He handed me a broom, a mop bucket, and a flashlight with a cracked lens. Boiler room's down the hall, red door. If you hear the bell, any bell, go there. Lock the door. Wait 30 minutes. Then resume. He turned to leave. "What's the roll call?" I asked. He stopped, didn't turn back. "It's how they remember." Then he was gone, footsteps echoing down the east hallway, fading too quickly, like he'd stepped into silence itself. I started in room 1, desks in neat rows, wooden scarred with initials and pencil marks, chairs tucked in, a teacher's desk at the front, blotter stained with ink rings, a chalkboard covered in cursive writing, the preamble to the Constitution in neat looping script. The chalk lines were crisp, fresh, no dust, none. I swept. The bristles made a soft shush, shush against the linoleum. Halfway through, I noticed. The desks weren't all empty. In the third row, second seat, small backpack, red, faded, a patch of a cartoon rocket on the side. I didn't touch it. But as I passed, the zipper moved, just a fraction, like something inside shifted. Tap. I froze. From the desk behind it, a pencil rolled off the edge, hit the floor. Tap. Then another and another, a cascade of pencils, erasers, rulers, tumbling from desktops all down the third row, not falling. Placed, as if invisible hands had set them there, then let go. I backed out of the room, locked the door behind me. The key turned with a sound like a bone settling. Room 2, same setup. But the blackboard wasn't empty. A single sentence written in red chalk. We saw what happened. Below it, 27 tally marks. Fresh. Chalk dust still drifting down. Room 3. The smell hit me first. Apples. Rotten. The desks were arranged in a circle. In the center, a pile. 27 lunchboxes, all open. Inside, brown apples. Shriveled. Blackened at the core. One box, slightly apart, held a half-eaten sandwich. The bread was stiff, fossilized. The filling, bologna, was gray, desiccated. But the bite mark, the teeth impressions, were fresh. I didn't log it. What would I write? Found evidence of decades-old lunch, partially consumed within the last hour? Midnight. The boiler room door stood open. A heavy, riveted metal slab painted institutional red. Inside, a cavern of pipes, valves, and a massive coal-fed furnace, cold and dark. A single chair sat before a small desk, a kerosene lantern burning low. I sat, waited. 12:07 a.m. The bell rang, not the sharp clang of a school bell, a low, mournful gong, like a buoy in deep fog. Once, silence. Then, footsteps. Not running, not walking, shuffling. Hundreds of them down the main corridor, slow, rhythmic, dragging. I locked the boiler room door, peered through the wire mesh window, the hallway. Beyond was empty, but the floor, wet, dark. Footprints, small, barefoot, led from the east wing toward the auditorium. Each print glistened. Not water, something thicker, copper-scented. The shuffling faded. Then a voice, amplified, crackling over unseen speakers. A woman's voice, young, tired, haunted. Blackwood Elementary, Room 7, November 12th, 1987. A pause. Then clear, precise, achingly familiar. The roll call. Amanda Cho? Silence. Then, faint, from the auditorium. Here. Benjamin Ellis? Here. Cassandra Fry? Here. One by one, 27 names, 27 replies, all whispered, all exhausted, all present. I knew the date. Everyone in Cedar Hollow knew. The fire. Electrical fault, they said. Faulty wiring in the boiler room. Started during the afternoon art class. Spread fast. Trapped them in the auditorium during the Veterans Day assembly. 27 children. One. Teacher. No survivors. The official report said the fire doors malfunctioned, locked automatically. The unofficial story said Mr. Greeley, then the head custodian, had overridden the system. for safety. To keep looters out during renovations, he'd been the last one out, carrying the attendance book. The roll call ended. Zachary Wu? Here. A pause. Longer. Then, Ms. Eleanor Price? Silence. Then a chorus of whispers, layered, trembling. Gone! The bell rang again. The shuffling returned, footsteps receding, back down the hall, toward the east wing. I waited the full 30 minutes. When I opened the boiler room door, the hallway was dry. No footprints, no blood, just the faint smell of apples and smoke. I resumed my rounds. Room 4. The blackboard read, "He says it was an accident." Below it, in smaller letters, added in shaky script, "We know." Room 5. The desks were stacked neatly in the center of the room, a single chair facing the wall, on the seat a jump rope, red plastic beads. One bead was missing. I remembered the news photo. Zachary Wu, 8, last seen holding his jump rope during the assembly. The rope was found fused to the floor near the stage. I picked it up. The plastic was warm, pulsing like a vein. I dropped it. It coiled itself back into a perfect circle. Room 6, dark. The lights wouldn't turn on. I used the flashlight. The beam caught the far wall, not plaster. Wood, newly built, a partition with a door, plain, unpainted, no knob, just a slot at the bottom, like a mail slot. And above it, stenciled in black paint, "Boiler Room," no entry, but I knew the boiler room. It was down the hall. This was room 6. I crouched, shone the light through the slot. Inside, darkness. Then movement, a hand, small, pale. Fingers slid through the slot, holding a piece of paper. I took it. Crayon drawing, a school, on fire. 27 stick figures huddled in the center. One figure, taller, in a brown jumpsuit, standing at the door, holding a key. In the corner, scrawled in red, he locked it. I backed out, locked the door, ran to the boiler room. Mr. Greeley stood there. He hadn't been there a second ago. He held the attendance book, leather-bound, scorched at the edges. "Found something?" he asked. I didn't answer. He opened the book, flipped past pages of neat cursive. Sept. 3. Sept. 4. To November 12th, 1987. The page was pristine. No smoke damage, no water stains, just the list. 27 names, all marked present. At the bottom, Eleanor Price, marked absent. "You're not supposed to go in room 6, he said softly. "It wasn't there last night." "It's always there." He closed the book. "You hear them, don't you?" I nodded. "They're not ghosts," he said. "Ghosts linger. These persist. They anchor themselves in the ritual, the roll call, the desks, the apples. It's how they hold on, how they keep the truth from burning away." "Why do you keep coming back?" He looked at me, really looked for the first time. "My boy," he whispered. "Benjamin. He loved apples. Always traded his cookies for them." His voice broke. "I was supposed to check the fire doors. I didn't. I was in the basement, fixing the furnace. I heard the alarm. I ran. The east corridor was already smoke. I could have opened the west exit, but I thought they'd gone out the front. I went that way, locked the auditorium doors behind me. Standard procedure, I thought, to stop the draft. To help." He touched the book. They were still inside. He didn't cry. His eyes were dry, hollow. "They don't blame me for the fire," he said. "They blame me for the lie, for signing the report, for saying the doors failed, for letting the school board bury it." He handed me the book. "Your job isn't cleaning." "What is it?" "Witnessing." He walked away. I stood in the boiler room. The lantern flickered. On the desk, a new sheet of paper, typed. Incident report, Nov 12, 1987. Cause, electrical fault, boiler room. Doors malfunctioned, locked automatically. Casualties, 28. Conclusion, tragic accident, no negligence. At the bottom, Mr. Greeley's signature, but someone had written over it, in red crayon. Liar. I spent the rest of the night in room 7. The teacher's desk held a single item, a tape recorder, old reel-to-reel. I pressed play, hiss. Then a child's voice, clear, terrified. It's hot. The door's locked. Mr. Greeley, please, the smoke. Cassie can't breathe. We're all here. We're all here. A cough. Then Greeley's voice over a bullhorn, distant, muffled by the door. Stay calm. Help is coming. Then the fire alarm. Then silence. The tape ended. I rewound it, played it again and again. At 4:30 a.m., I went to the auditorium doors. They were charred but intact. A small window in the upper panel. I peered in. Not ash, not ruin. The auditorium was pristine, wooden seats in neat rows, stage with a podium, a banner honoring our heroes. And on every seat, a child, 27 of them, all in 1980s clothes, all facing the stage, all perfectly still, all breathing, slow, shallow, waiting. Ms. Price stood at the podium. Her dress was stained with soot and something darker. Her hair was singed. She held the attendance book. She looked up, right at me. Her eyes were clear, knowing. She didn't speak, just held out the book. Toward the door, toward me. I turned away, went back to the boiler room, sat, waited for dawn. At 5:58 a.m., the bell rang. Not the gong. The morning bell, sharp, bright, hopeful. The roll call began again. Same names, same voices. But this time, different, lighter, eager. Amanda Cho? Here. Benjamin Ellis? Here. Cassandra Fry? Here. No exhaustion, no dread, just presence. At the end, Ms. Eleanor Price? A pause. Then, not a chorus, a single voice, strong, clear, here. The bell rang once more. The shuffling began, not toward the auditorium, toward the exits. I ran to the front doors, pushed. They opened, for the first time in 39 years. Sunlight, weak, November gold, spilled in. Down the hall, the children walked, not shuffling, walking hand in hand, smiling. Benjamin Ellis held a red apple. He saw me, waved, then stepped out into the light. One by one they followed, the air filled with the sound of laughter, real, unburdened, free. When the last one, Zachary Wu, jump rope coiled over his shoulder, passed through the door, it closed behind him. Gently, the school sighed, a deep, final exhalation. I walked back inside. The halls were empty, desks gone, blackboards blank, no apples, no backpacks, no tape recorder, just dust, real dust, settling, and on the front steps, a single red crayon. I picked it up. It was warm. In my pocket, my phone buzzed. A text from the clinic. Referral approved. Inhaler ready for pickup. I stared at the school. The chain-link fence was whole again. The boards over the windows were charred, crumbling. Blackwood Elementary looked dead, truly dead. Not waiting, not holding, just gone. I turned to leave, stopped on the sidewalk. 28 sets of footprints, leading away from the school, toward town, toward home. The last pair, small, child-sized, paused beside mine. A small handprint pressed into the frost on the gate. Then beside it, written in the condensation, "Thank you for listening." I walked home. The sun rose. My daughter was awake, wheezing softly in her bed. I gave her the inhaler, watched her breathe, easy, deep. At noon, the news broke. Blackwood Elementary collapsed overnight. Structural failure, no injuries. They found bones, 28 sets, and a scorched attendance book. Open to November 12th, 1987. Every name marked present, except one. Ms. Price's line had been changed, not absent. Escorted. In the margin, in fresh red crayon, all accounted for. That night, I went back. The site was fenced off, but at the edge of the rubble, a single desk, upright, undamaged, on it a fresh red apple, and a note, folded neatly. The roll call is over. But we remember who stayed. B. I didn't take the apple. I left it. For the next witness, for the next custodian who shows up after dark, needing money, carrying grief. They'll find the desk, they'll find the note, and when the bell rings at midnight, clear, bright, hopeful, they'll know. It's not a summons, it's a welcome. The school is gone, but the children, they're finally home, and sometimes, on quiet mornings, if you stand at the edge of the woods where the school used to be, you can still hear it, faint, carried on the wind, a single voice, calling one last name, not with sorrow, with joy. Daniel Reeves? And if you listen closely, you'll hear the answer, soft, certain. Here. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The room my landlord told me never to open. I needed a place to stay fast. My savings were down to $372. My car had died on the shoulder of I-80 near Scranton, and my phone had been pinging warnings about overdue rent on my old apartment for 3 days straight. When I found the listing, a whole floor of a historic Victorian house, utilities included, available immediately for $450 a month, I didn't hesitate. It felt like divine intervention, or desperation masquerading as luck. The house stood on the edge of the old Greenwood Heights neighborhood, a once prosperous enclave of late 19th century homes now fraying at the seams. Most had been restored, gentrified, turned into boutique B&Bs or yoga studios. But 138 Holloway Lane hadn't. It loomed instead, a 3-story gabled monstrosity with peeling slate-gray paint, a sagging front porch, and soot-stained bay windows draped in yellowed lace. The yard was overgrown with waist-high Queen Anne's lace and thorny brambles, and the wrought iron fence hung off its hinges like broken teeth. The landlord, Mr. Alden, met me at the curb. He was in his late 70s, thin as a coat hanger, with milky eyes and hands that trembled even when still. He wore a threadbare tweed vest over a collarless shirt and smelled faintly of camphor and damp wool. He didn't shake my hand, just nodded, keys clinking in his palm like loose teeth in a skull. "You're the young man from the email," he said. His voice was dry, papery, like pages turning in an old ledger. "I am. Jacob Reeves." He studied me for a long moment, as if weighing whether I was worth the effort. "3rd floor, back unit. Bathroom shared with the 2nd floor, though no one lives there anymore. Kitchen access is the hallway sink and mini-fridge. No stove, no oven. You bring your own hot plate if you need one." I nodded, already mentally adjusting my expectations. Still, $450. I could live like a monk for 6 months, save enough to get back on my feet. He led me up the creaking front steps, the wood groaning under each footfall like it remembered every person who'd ever climbed them, and none fondly. Inside, the air was thick and still, heavy with the scent of aged wood, mildew, and something else. Something faintly sweet, like old potpourri left too long in a sealed jar. The floorboards groaned as we ascended the narrow staircase. Each step dipped slightly in the center, worn down by decades of passage. The wallpaper, once burgundy flocking, was peeling in long, curling strips, revealing patches of lath and plaster beneath. In places, dark water stains bloomed like Rorschach blots. Faces, hands, screaming mouths if you stared too long. He stopped on the third-floor landing. 3 doors. Left, bathroom. Center, your room. Right, storage, keep locked. The right-hand door was different, thicker, dark oak, not pine like the others, iron hinges black with age, and a padlock, new, gleaming, chrome, looped through a hasp screwed directly into the wooden frame. No keyhole, just the lock, a statement, not a suggestion. Mr. Alden followed my gaze, his trembling stilled for a moment. "That room," he said quietly, "you don't go in there." I blinked. "Okay. Storage, right?" "It's not storage." He turned to me, his pale eyes locking onto mine. "It's sealed. By city order, back in '79. Structural instability, they said, but I know better. You don't open it. You don't knock. You don't even lean against it. You pretend it isn't there. Understood?" The seriousness in his voice sent a prickle up my neck. "Understood," I said, though my mind was already cataloging the anomalies, the new lock on a door supposedly untouched since 1979, the lack of dust on the hasp, the way the wood around the frame looked smoother, like it had been recently handled. He handed me 2 keys, one for the front door, one for my room. "Rent's due." "The first, cash or money order, no checks, no electronic. You have problems, you call the number on the sheet. Don't come knocking after 9. I don't answer the door after dark." He left then, descending the stairs without another word. The front door clicked shut behind him, a soft, final sound, like a coffin lid settling. My room was small but clean. Narrow bed with a stiff mattress, a scarred oak desk, a single chair, a closet with a warped door that didn't quite close. The window looked out over the backyard, a tangled mess of dead hydrangeas and a collapsed trellis, but it had light and quiet, or so I thought. The first night, I slept like the dead. The second night, I woke at 2:17 a.m. to the sound of scratching. Not mice, not wind in the eaves. This was deliberate, rhythmic. Scritch, 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 pause, scritch, scritch, scritch. It came from the wall behind my bed. I lay frozen, listening, heart hammering against my ribs. It wasn't constant. It would stop for 30 seconds, then resume. Always the same pattern. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. Morse code? I didn't know Morse, but it felt intentional, communicative. I sat up slowly, swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floorboards were cold. I pressed my ear to the wall. Silence. I waited. 10 seconds, 20, then thump. A soft, heavy sound like a sack of flour dropped from waist height. From the other side, from his side. The sealed room. I jerked back. My breath came in shallow gasps. Coincidence, I told myself. House settling. Old pipes. Something had fallen off a shelf inside, except Mr. Alden said it wasn't storage, said nothing was in there. I didn't sleep again that night. The next day I tried to distract myself, unpacked my meager belongings, wiped down the desk, hung my few shirts in the closet. Every time I passed the locked door, I felt it, the weight of it. Not physical weight. Something else. A pressure, like standing too close. to a high-voltage transformer, a low hum in the fillings of my teeth. At dusk, I went downstairs to use the shared bathroom. Passing the second-floor landing, I saw something new, a dark stain on the ceiling above the sealed room's doorframe, about the size of a dinner plate. Not water, too dark, almost black, and it was damp. I reached up, touched it. Sticky. I pulled my fingers back. In the dim hallway light, the residue looked rust-colored. I sniffed. Metallic. Iron-rich. Blood. My stomach turned. I scrubbed my hand on my jeans, heart pounding. I didn't mention it to anyone. Who would I tell, Mr. Alden? He'd probably say it was tan and bleed from old wood. And maybe he'd be right. Old houses do strange things. But that night, the scratching returned, louder, closer, like fingernails, long, brittle fingernails dragging slowly down the inside of the wall. Squawk. Then a pause, a wet, clicking sound, like a tongue pulling free from the roof of a mouth. Then whispering, not words, not at first. Just breath, shallow, ragged, in and out, right against the plaster. So close I could almost feel the warmth of it on my cheek. I pressed my ear to the wall again. Cold, a voice rasped. Female, young, exhausted. I recoiled. Silence. I waited. 5 minutes, 10, nothing. I told myself it was the wind whistling through a crack, a loose wire vibrating in the wall cavity, my own exhaustion conjuring phantoms. But I didn't sleep. By the fourth night, the whispers had words, not full sentences, fragments, pleas. Let me out. It's not locked for me. He didn't mean to. They came between 1:30 and 3 a.m., always the same window, always the same exhausted, trembling voice, always ending with a sound, a soft, guttural sob, before fading into silence. I started recording. I propped my phone against the wall, voice memo running, night 5. I lay in bed, eyes wide, open, listening. 1:48 a.m. The scratching began. 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. Then the whisper, Jacob. My blood turned to ice. It knew my name. I lunged for the phone, stopped the recording, played it back. Static, faint scratching, no voice. I played it again, louder, still nothing but noise. But I'd heard it, clear as day. Jacob, coincidence, wishful thinking, sleep paralysis, hallucination creeping into waking hours? That afternoon, I broke. I went to the public library downtown, a squat brick building that smelled of disinfectant and old paper, and asked the elderly librarian if she knew anything about 138 Holloway Lane. She looked up from her desk, glasses sliding down her nose. The Holloway place? Oh, dear. Yeah, old Victorian. Landlord's an older man. Alden? Silas Alden. Lives in the carriage house out back. Keeps to himself. She lowered her voice. That house, it's got a history. She brought me a microfiche. Real. Greenwood Gazette, April 12th, 1979. Headline, Local woman missing after argument with landlord's son. The article was brief. Eleanor Voss, 24, last seen April 8, 1979, entering 138 Holloway Lane to view a rental unit. Reported missing by her roommate 2 days later. Police questioned Silas Alden and his son, Daniel Alden, 22. Daniel claimed he'd shown her the third-floor unit. She'd declined and left. No evidence of foul play. Case went cold. A follow-up 2 months later. Daniel Alden found dead in family home. Cause, accidental fall downstairs. Autopsy revealed high levels of barbiturates and alcohol. Silas Alden inherited the property, put it up for rent shortly after. I sat back, nausea rising. Eleanor Voss, the voice in the wall. He didn't mean to. I scrolled further, buried in a real estate column, a footnote. City inspection of 138 Holloway Lane following tenant complaint cited structural concerns in third-floor rear unit. Room, sealed per municipal order, April 24th, 1979. The date matched Mr. Alden's story, but structural concerns after a missing woman and a dead son? I dug deeper. Old property records, tax filings. The house had never been condemned. No permits filed for structural repairs in 79, or ever. The lock wasn't for safety. It was containment. That night, I didn't wait for the whispers. At 1 a.m., I stood before the sealed door. The chrome padlock gleamed in the moonlight filtering through the hallway window. The wood around the hasp was smooth, polished by frequent handling. Mr. Alden came up here regularly. I pressed my palm flat against the door. Cold, not room temperature cold. Refrigerator cold, the kind of cold that leaches heat from your skin in seconds, and beneath that, a vibration. Faint, but unmistakable, a slow, steady thrumming, like a heart, a huge, tired heart. Thump, thump, thump. Then, from the other side, a sigh, long, relieved. "You're here." I jumped back. The voice wasn't muffled by the wall this time. It came through the door. Clear, present. "I've been waiting so long." I ran, locked myself in my room, wedged the desk chair under the doorknob, sat on the bed, knees to chest, staring at the wall between my room and hers. Nothing happened. No scratching, no whispers, just silence. And the cold, it seeped under my door. A creeping frost that made my breath fog in the warm April air. I didn't sleep. I watched the clock. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4:15 a.m., at 5:03 a.m., sunrise bleeding gray light through the window. There was a knock, not on my door, on the sealed door. 3 soft raps. Tap, tap, tap. Then a voice. Different now, calmer, stronger. "Jacob, please, just open it a crack. I only want to see the light." I didn't move. "He lied to you. It's not dangerous. It's me." "I'm not dangerous." Another pause. "I just want to go home." The raw grief in those words undid me. My eyes burned. I thought of Eleanor Voss, 24 years old, looking for an apartment full of hope, trapped for 47 years. I stood, walked to my door, listened. Silence. I crept into the hallway. The sealed door stood as before, lock gleaming, but the air thicker, heavier, and the cold intense now, like standing in front of an open freezer. I reached out, stopped inches from the wood. "Don't," a voice in my head screamed. "This is how it starts. This is how you become part of the house." But another voice, quieter, older, whispered, "She's been alone for longer than you've been alive." I touched the door. The cold bit deep. My fingers went numb instantly, and then I felt it, a hand, on the other side, pressing back, fingers aligning with mine, palm to palm, separated only by 2 inches of oak and decades of silence. A sob broke from my throat. "Please," she whispered, "just the lock." Looked at the padlock. New. Chrome. Standard hardware store issue. I had a multi-tool in my duffel, a small pair of bolt cutters in the side pocket, left over from a camping trip last summer. I went back to my room. Got it. Stood before the door again. The thrumming had stopped. The cold lessened slightly. It was waiting. I slid the cutters around the shackle, squeezed. The metal groaned. "No," I thought. "This is insane. You're about to open a door sealed for a reason." But my hands moved anyway. Click. The lock fell open. I lowered the cutters, reached for the hasp. My fingers trembled. I lifted it, pushed. The door didn't swing open. It resisted just slightly, like something soft was pressed against the other side. I pushed harder. It gave an inch. A breath of air, frigid, smelling of dust and dried roses and something faintly coppery, washed over me. Darkness yawned beyond the crack. Then a sound, not a whisper, a laugh, low, guttural, wrong. It wasn't Eleanor's voice. It was deeper, older, layered, like multiple voices speaking at once, slightly out of sync. "Finally!" it sighed. The door flew open. I stumbled back, falling hard on my ass, the bolt cutters clattering away. The room beyond wasn't empty. It wasn't full of furniture or boxes or debris. It was occupied. The walls, every inch, were covered in writing. Not scribbles, not frantic scrawls. Neat, precise, looping cursive, thousands of lines, millions of words, covering the ceiling, the floorboards, the inside of the door I'd just opened. All the same phrase repeated over and over in fading ink and fresh blood alike. I am still here. In the center of the room stood a chair, wooden, straight-backed. On it sat a figure, tall, thin, dressed in rotted 1970s floral print, a dress once yellow, now stained brown with age and worse. Her hair was long, matted, hanging in greasy ropes over her face. She didn't move, didn't breathe, but her head slowly, impossibly tilted toward me. The hair parted. Her face wasn't decayed. It was preserved, pale, smooth, unnervingly intact. But her eyes were gone, not empty sockets, not decayed, sealed. Thin, translucent membranes covered the lids like cataracts, but thicker, pulsing faintly, rhythmically. And beneath them, movement, something shifting, writhing. She smiled. Her lips cracked open, revealing blackened gums and teeth filed to points. "You shouldn't have opened it," she said, her voice now a chorus of whispers, all ages, all genders, all terrified. "But thank you." She stood, too smoothly, too jointlessly. Her limbs didn't bend right. Her elbows reversed as she raised her arms. The membranes over her eyes bulged. Pop! They split. Not blood, not fluid. Things spilled out, pale, segmented, blind things, like grubs, but longer, thinner, with too many legs, tumbled down her cheeks, writhing, seeking. They hit the floor, scattered, rushed toward me. I scrambled backward, crab-walking, my legs numb with terror. The door slammed shut behind me. I hadn't touched it. The lock, still on the floor, rattled, then reformed. The cut shackle knitting back together with a sound like grinding bone. I was trapped in the hallway with her. She stepped over the threshold. The hallway lights flickered once, twice, then died. Darkness. Only the faint glow from my open bedroom door 10 feet away. She didn't walk. She unfolded. Her limbs extended, joints dislocating, reattaching, stretching like taffy, until she filled the hallway, her torso elongating, her arms splitting at the elbows, new hands sprouting, fingers lengthening into bone-white talons. The grubs swarmed my ankles, cold, wet, biting. I screamed, kicking, scrambling toward my room, made it, slammed the door, turned the lock, leaned against it, sobbing. Silence. Then a slow, wet drag along the hallway floor. Stop. A pause. Then tap on my door. Tap, tap, tap. "Jacob," she cooed. Eleanor's voice again, sweet, pleading. "Let me in. I'm so tired." I slid down the door, hugging my knees. My phone. Where was my phone? On the desk. I crawled, grabbed it. No signal, of course. I opened the voice memo app. Held it toward the door, recorded, just in case. The tapping stopped. The dragging resumed. Closer, Closer. It stopped outside my door. Silence. Then the knob turned. Slowly, the lock held. For now. I heard breathing, wet, phlegmy, on the other side. Then a whisper right against the wood. "You think locks matter?" A crack. Sharp, splintering. The door frame groaned. Another crack. Dust sifted from the ceiling. The knob rattled violently. I backed into the corner, phone clutched like a talisman. The door bowed inward. The lock screamed. Crack. The door flew open. She stood there, not elongated now, just Eleanor. Hair brushed back, face clean, eyes wide, brown, human. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Please," she sobbed. "He's coming. He'll punish me again, hide me just for a little while." She held out her hand. In the hallway behind her, nothing. Just the empty landing, the bathroom door ajar, the sealed room's door shut, padlock gleaming. Had I imagined it all? The grubs, the unfolding, the writing? She looked so real, so broken, so human. I hesitated, just for a second, long enough. Her smile widened, too wide, her jaw unhinged with a wet snap, stretching down to her collarbone. Inside her mouth, rows of needle teeth, and behind them, eyes, dozens of them, blinking, watching. I threw the phone. It passed right through her, shattered against the far wall. She laughed, a sound like glass breaking underwater. Then she lunged, not at me, at the wall. Her hand plunged into the plaster, through it like it was smoke. She pulled, the wall tore open, not brick, not lath, flesh, thick, veined, pulsing flesh. Behind it, a cavity, dark, and from within, movement. Shapes, figures, dozens of them, pale, emaciated, naked, all facing the wall, all scratching. Their fingers, long, black-nailed, raked at the inner surface of the house skin. One turned. Its face was smooth, featureless, except for a mouth. A wide, lipless gash. It opened and screamed, a sound that wasn't sound, but a pressure. A wave of pure despair that hit me like a physical blow, knocking me to my knees, blood trickling from my nose. Eleanor stepped back, gesturing grandly at the horror behind her. "This is my family now," she whispered, her jaw snapping shut. "Would you like to join us?" I crawled backward, toward the window. It was old, single pane, painted shut. I grabbed the desk chair, swung. Glass exploded inward. Cold night air rushed in. I didn't look back. I climbed onto the sill, 3 stories up. The drop was nothing compared to what waited behind me. I jumped, landed hard on the overgrown lawn, ankle twisting, pain lancing up my leg. But I rolled, scrambled up, limped toward the street. I didn't stop until I reached the bus stop 3 blocks away, gasping, bleeding, my hands raw and shaking. A passing cruiser slowed. The officer rolled down his window. "You okay, son?" I tried to speak. No sound came out. He took one look at my face, at the blood, the terror, and opened the back door. "Get in!" At the station, they took my statement, called Mr. Alden. He arrived in slippers and a robe, trembling more than usual. "Boy's got a vivid imaginations," he muttered to the sergeant. "Told him not to go near that room. Told him." They checked the house. Found nothing. No writing on the walls, no chair, no Eleanor. Just an empty, dusty room with a broken padlock on the floor. Mr. Alden replaced it on the spot. New lock, shiny chrome. "They'll let you back in tomorrow," the sergeant said, handing me a cup of terrible coffee. "Nothing there, son, just an old house, old memories." I didn't go back. I slept on a bench in the bus station. But at 1:30 a.m., as the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, I heard it, faint, from the direction of Holloway Lane. Scritch, 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 3 short, 2 long, 1 short, then a whisper, carried on the night wind, curling around the brick buildings, slipping under the station doors. Jacob! I looked down at my hands. In the fluorescent glare, my palms were stained, not with blood, with ink, faint, looping, cursive, already drying. I am still here. I tried to rub it off. It wouldn't fade. I looked again. The words were moving, shifting, reforming, becoming. I am coming. Outside, a car engine turned over. Headlights swept across the window. A black sedan, old boxy from the 70s, idled at the curb. The passenger window rolled down. Mr. Alden wasn't driving. In the driver's seat, silhouetted, face in shadow, someone taller, thinner. One hand rested on the wheel, long fingers, too many knuckles. The other hand lifted, waved slowly, then pointed, not at me, at my chest. I looked down. Beneath my shirt, something pulsed, a faint, rhythmic thump. Thump, thump, thump. The same as the door, the same as a heart in the wall. The sedan drove away. I sat on the bench. I didn't run. What's the point? It's not in the house anymore. It's in me. I can feel it settling, nesting, rewriting my bones from the inside out. The whispers have changed. They don't come from Holloway Lane. They come from behind my eyes. When I close them, I see the room, the writing, the chair, the figures in the wall, and Eleanor no longer pleading, smiling, waiting, patient. Because she knows. The lock was never on the door. It was on me, and I opened it. Now it's just a matter of time. The hunger's starting, not for food, for silence, for the quiet behind the walls, for the scratching to stop, for the door to open, all the doors, and let the family in. I hear them now, in the vents, in the pipes, in the hollow spaces between the walls of this bus station, scratching, whispering, calling my name. They know I'm close. They know I'm ready. I'm writing this on my phone, battery at 3%, signal none. But it doesn't matter. It'll get out. It always does, just like the words on my skin, just like the thing in my chest. Thump, thump, louder now. Soon, very soon, I have to go. The door's opening, not the one behind me, the one inside. And it's not locking. It's unfolding. God help me, God help anyone who reads this. Don't look for 138 Holloway Lane. It's not there anymore. The city demolished. It last week. Condemned. Structural instability. They found things in the walls. Things they wouldn't talk about. But the foundation's still there, and the basement, and the room. It wasn't on those blueprints. They missed it. Because it's not in the house. It's what the house is made of. I can hear the bulldozers idling outside the station. They're here for me, not to take me away, to deliver me back home. The door's almost open, the light's so bright, so beautiful, so cold. I'm not afraid anymore. I understand now. The lock wasn't to keep her in. It was to keep us out. Until we were ready, until we opened. Forgive me, I have to let them in. I have to. The door is open.